universe that never existed. Last century will accompany you. Have a nice trip.
Let's go, baby. Woo. Hey, what's up, Fanimals? What's going on? How you guys doing? Happy Friday night, baby. Happy Friday night, Wild Dog. Happy Friday night, Sean B. Happy Friday night, Doc Bones. Happy Friday night, Ray Ray. Happy Friday night, Justin Does ASMR. Happy Friday night, Brian P. Knows. Happy Friday night, Cat Brooks Randall. Cat Randall. Happy Friday night to all the subscribers and paid followers. Woo! Run that shit. Woo! It's over. Let's go. We already know. Run that shit. All right. That's enough. I get into it, man. I'm going to tell you something. I just get into it. I get into it, guys. I just get into it. I really get into it. I'm sorry. You know? I'm getting into it. Good stuff. Good stuff. Uh-oh. I think we have a police chase. Guys.
Westbound 22.
Westbound on
Garden
22.
Grove.
We have a police chase, guys. Officers in pursuit of driver in Orange County, Garden Grove, California, near the Westlake Street, Anaheim, Santa Ana, Garden Grove. We have a police chase, guys. Let's go. You already know, baby.
Hey, Booth, you got me? Good to go.
Popo, where you at, Popo? Where the Popo at? Come on, Popo.
Bad boys,
There you
bad
go.
boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
Bad boys, bad boys. What
Hey,
you gonna
those of you
do?
streaming with us, this is Julia Dang up in News Chopper 4. We had a high-speed CHP pursuit. This is westbound on the 22, speeding through Garden Grove right now. We caught up with this right as it was passing the 5. It was eastbound on the 91 before turning, and initially it was Anaheim Police overhead in their airship. There's now a CHP plane over this. In addition to a number of ground units, let me widen out here, show you just how many black and whites are chasing this white sedan. Unclear what the want is, but you see the flashing lights inside that car. Looks
Yeah,
like
I
there
see it.
might be a passenger, but no confirmation as to how many people are in that vehicle. Again, currently being pursued westbound on the 22. And let's see what this driver is doing. They might be exiting here.
Hey, Cakespool, what's up? Men Theory, what's up? Braxton, how you doing?
Yeah, getting off the 22 now. Map is showing Trask Avenue still in Garden Grove. Speeding along city streets now. Unclear what this driver's destination might be. This pursuit suspect still unclear, too, what this driver is wanted for. But this started quite some time ago. It's been on a number of freeways now, and there was some question as to whether this driver was going to take the 5, but he or she stayed committed to the 22.
Yeah, what's going on?
Went westbound until exiting just now.
What's
You
happening?
saw that car getting off at Trask Avenue. I think it might have blown a red light.
Why are they playing?
You see it speeding down Magnolia Street now.
Why are you chasing these people
Unclear
for? It's
where
Friday
they're
night.
headed. Might just be trying to shake CHP. Multiple ground units tailing this white sedan. And you see that spotlight. That's coming from overhead. There is a CHP plane over this. Anaheim PD initially had their helicopter following this as well.
Come on. They're going to get caught. They're going to get caught. Oh, they're going to get caught. Uh-oh.
Road closure over here, but this driver just disregarding that completely, blowing through this intersection, zooming past other traffic. CHP black and whites in hot pursuit here. Looks like there might be some road work. Hopefully there are no workers out there. Yeah, but you see this lead unit, the CHP unit getting closer. Let me see if they might do a pit maneuver. We're hearing on the scanner that's been authorized at this point to stop this pursuit suspect.
Let's go.
They might be going a little bit too fast
Let's
for
go.
that to be done safely. You see the other drivers on the road here.
Let's go.
Magnolia Street here in
Move
Westminster.
over.
But they're definitely closing that gap. Let me go in tighter, just in case they gear up to do that pit maneuver here to stop this pursuit safely.
There you go. They're after them. They're going after them, guys.
Yeah, with these other drivers on this stretch of Magnolia, a pit maneuver might not be possible, but there might be chatter too about setting up spike strips to get this driver to stop. And the tricky thing with these EVs, running out of fuel is not a concern. So this has been going on for at least half an hour now. CHP closing.
Let's go. Let's go. That's loud. That's loud.
And this driver just determined to get away. I can't quite tell from this angle if there is a passenger in there. And again, unclear what the one is, but CHP
Scooby-Dooby-Doo!
closing the gap as this driver makes a right turn onto
Scooby-Doo driving.
Avenue off of Magnolia.
Scooby-Doo is driving, guys.
Scooby-Doo pop pop. Yeah, boom 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 boom. Yeah, boom 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 boom. Yeah, boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Y la cosa suena ra 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 ra.
Come on, Scooby, get away. You can do it. You can do it, Scooby. Let's go.
Failure to yield, of course, was reckless driving. This driver went through, reportedly, a freeway closure. And you saw they were blowing through that stop sign. CHP is still behind it in hot pursuit.
Ruby, for Justice, how you doing, Ruby?
Well. You see
for
that
Justice.
spotlight from overhead. He's now speeding through this residential area. You see these other cars parked out along these driveways. I don't believe a pit maneuver is going to be safe here with so many other cars and possibly foot traffic, too. So I don't know what the game plan is. I don't know where this driver is leading the CHP units, but 2-3 units.
Cut him over off already. Come on. Why don't they cut him off already? What are they waiting for? This is so ridiculous and amateur. This is amateur.
Disregarding not just stop signs and closures, but lane markings.
This is amateur, man.
Slowing down a little bit. Let's see if this driver is making any moves to pull over. Now he was just coming up on traffic. Corner of Newland and Bolsa, going right through this intersection, not making a turn here.
Amateurs.
And again, that new information, the initial want here.
She fell in love.
Police had their helicopter following this driver. Initial want was
fell in love. I like that. That's a cool name.
driving.
She fell in love.
Certainly seen a bit
Oh,
of
you
that
can see
here
me? Yeah, I can see you.
as this driver makes yet another turn, just
I ain't
circling
YouTube
this
ghost.
residential
When
area.
was YouTube
now.
ghosting you?
I don't know if
She fell
he or
in
she
love.
might be familiar with this area and where this chase might be headed, but
Hit him! Hit him!
glorious left
Hit
turn
their
now with
car!
CHP.
Tap
This
it!
cruiser right next to the suspect vehicle. That could have been a close call, but fortunately they both slowed down. Haven't seen too many near misses here, but definitely seen that reckless driving that led CHP to pursue
I don't
this
understand what's going on.
sedan.
This could have been stopped 20 minutes ago. What are they waiting
Again, it
for,
was
man?
Westbound on the 91.
Come on, let's
it started
go.
in Anaheim Hills when we first heard about this, before turning south on the 55 and then west on the 22. So at least
Oh my
3
God.
freeways now this driver has led CHP on during this pursuit. And just pausing momentarily at that stop sign. And actually making that left turn now from the correct lane. But back on Newland Street, we were just here a moment ago. Not sure what the game plan is, not sure where this driver might be headed.
Can you guys hear sound in the video? Oh, you can.
Veering into that left turn lane now. Let's see if this driver actually makes that turn. Yeah, and it's on a green light. I think CHP had an opportunity there. to attempt a pit maneuver if they wanted. They did not go for it.
An opportunity.
They might be doing that now. As this driver
boom!
Continues creating these opportunities for CHP.
They
to
big
pit the car.
babies.
They haven't done it yet, but
They
they
big
have been
babies.
authorized. And this is probably the safest place to do it in one of those intersections where you don't see all of these parked cars.
Big babies.
Turning into, is that a driveway? No, turning into an alley now. No, turning into a driveway.
Oh my God, going to a driveway.
This driver is going to hop
he
out
going
and try to
home?
make a run for it, but he
Oh
has
my
just
God.
boxed himself in.
Why would he do
This is
that?
a bizarre ending.
Why would he do that?
To a
Oh
pursuit
my
that's
God.
gone on, through
He
how
drove-
many three freeways and a number of city streets now.
Did he drive his car home? Oh
But this driver just parked in a driveway in front of this garage next to another white Tesla. Yeah, I see that driver's side door opening. Driver getting out. One hand up, holding what looks like a sweatshirt.
Oh my
His other
God.
Two hands up now. I think he might have led CHP home, and he's now surrendering, likely in front of his own garage.
Unbelievable. He took him home. He took him home, guys. That's weird. Very strange, guys. Very strange. What the hell is he? What the hizzy hey?
And bear with us here as we reposition. You saw the other helicopters flying through the shot. There's a lot of air traffic over this. You see the massive CHP response on the ground as well after this pursuit driver who started westbound on the 91 in Anaheim Hills, went down the 55, westbound on the 22, and then exited in Garden Grove before leading CHP here
Wow, that's
to a
crazy.
house in Midway City. He's now standing next to this white Tesla. He's got his hands up, and he is walking toward officers preparing to give it up. I did not see this coming after the desperate driving
Unbelievable.
we saw. Looked like he was really trying to get away.
Yeah,
But he is giving
unbelievable.
up, after this chase started over reckless driving.
Now the police don't have to take his car. Maybe they'll take it. They'll probably take it anyway. They don't care. It's still an example of it's still proof of something.
Yeah, it looks like this is
Ugh.
ending peacefully, ending safely as they take this driver into custody. We are headed back to
All right, it's over.
breaking news in Long Beach. So, thank you for streaming with us. We'll be right back.
You're welcome. There you have it, guys. He gave up. He drove him home, and they arrested him. They arrested the guy in front of his house. Wow, what a loser. These police chases, man. These police chases are getting weirder and more weirder as they come. I don't know. Weirder and weirder and more weirder as they come. You know? Guys, look, I dyed my hair the other day, and it looks like I'm losing my dye. Look, there's no dye left. It's like the dye came out in the washing machine, or well, not the washing machine, but when I wash my hair, the dye comes out. Am I not supposed to wash my hair after dyeing my hair? I'm gonna have to dye it again tomorrow. Can anybody give me some pointers as females? Can any females out there give me some pointers as to how to not get the dye rinsed out? I mean, seriously, why is the dye being rinsed out of my hair? Exactly, man. Exactly. Except in the middle. It's only left out in the middle. And you're not, and that's the middle part I did yesterday. That's the middle part I did yesterday because I noticed that it was missing something there. It's all gone. It's ridiculous. I know, it's a washing machine. I'm just gonna diet again tomorrow. That's all. All right. I'm just gonna diet tomorrow more. I'll leave it in. I'll leave it in longer. I'll do it again tomorrow, and that's really basically all I can tell you, man. You know, that's all she wrote. That's all she wrote. That's all she wrote, guys. All right, what are we gonna do today? What are we gonna do? Nancy Grace, Britney Spears. Is Britney Spears back? Does anybody know if Britney Spears is alive and back or what? Was there an accomplice? Was Scott? Okay, I'm curious. Was there an accomplice? Let me find out. Was there an accomplice to this Kada Scott murder? I'm curious. Remember the Kada Scott murders? We haven't covered that in a minute. Let's see what happened.
Scott was murdered within 20 minutes after she gets into the car of the alleged perpetrator.
She is reported missing October 4th, 20-some minutes into her shift. And then 20 minutes later, police sources believe that is when she dies.
Who's back? Braxton? Who's back, Braxton? Does anybody want to come on my panel? If not, I'm just going to leave it as is.
Police officers clawing at the dirt with their bare hands. They can smell human decomp, and suddenly they see maggots.
It's a horrible scene. It's a terrible situation.
She lasted 20 minutes in the car with this predator.
Nancy, I will provide a timeline here that we nailed down yesterday. She is reported missing October 4th, 20-some minutes into her shift. And then 20 minutes later, police sources believe that is when she dies. So that is October 4th. That is days before a news conference announcing that they're asking the public for help. And of course, that is now this huge...
Joe, what did you say? 20 minutes later, what? Repeat.
20 minutes after they say she leaves work is when they believe she dies. She is alive for only 20 minutes after she left the place that she works at in Chestnut Hill in the city of Philadelphia.
Put him up. Holden, I don't understand. I hear you, but I don't understand what you're saying. She was dead within 20 minutes after taking her away from the assisted living where she worked?
What police are telling us, 20 minutes. They're very guarded on details of how they know that. We couldn't even nail down if they have surveillance video of her getting into this car, which becomes a whole other side of this story where we thought there was one car. Now there's a second car involved, and it's a 2008 black Hyundai Accent. So Keon King, the suspect in this, is now utilizing two different vehicles, and it's believed he shows up to the terrace of Chestnut Hill there where Kada Scott worked the Saturday night of October 4th. They know each other somehow, but are not giving us much detail as to how well or how long. She gets into his car, and they are telling us now, according to multiple law enforcement sources, that she's alive for about a 20-minute time frame, and then she dies.
The psychopathy behind that, I'm very anxious to determine why. Just 20 minutes in, she is murdered. Is there someone out there that actually thought it was a good idea to help murder Kada Scott so there wouldn't be witnesses and or dispose of her body? Listen.
At this point, we do have reason to believe that other people may have been involved after the fact. At the point where the Hyundai Accent is on scene on video at the rec center leading up to all of the events we're talking about.
Lavender's a nice color, sky blue. I'm glad you enjoyed your sky blue, your lavender hair.
The other car, the Toyota, is there as well, and we believe the people in these vehicles are working together.
Is that why, Joe Holden, that law enforcement believes there is an accomplice? Maybe after the fact, maybe not. I don't know the extent of the accomplice's involvement, but there's two cars. He wasn't driving both of them, or was he driving both of them at two different times? Who do the two cars belong to? Why are they saying bombshell? There's an accomplice that thinks it's a good idea to bury a Miss USA hopeful behind an abandoned middle school?
So we don't know what kind of help he's getting, but you're ringing a bell that's going off in all of our minds. Is where is the homicide charge? We've not seen it. We've only heard that they are working on bringing that case. So instead of that case, we have now what is an arson charge, and there's also a conspiracy charge attached to it. So therein lies the who's the helper. Also, about this tipster that leads them back to this property on Saturday, we don't even have a sense that investigators have an identity on the tipster. Lots of sources telling us this has to be someone in Keon King's tight-knit circle here, his group, someone he knows, maybe a family member, where we are scratching at the surface here.
Joe, that was some tip that actually called into police anonymously, told them where to look, and then when they didn't find anything the first time, called back and
I'll open the panel, Brian.
Said, go back. What, were they watching the police, or were they watching the news to know there had been no announcement? That's bizarre.
Check all those boxes, because we know that from police and prosecutors, this was a persistent tipster. They first called 911 last week to say, you better look at that middle school property. And then police come, they go, they have nothing. And so let me stop that right there. They do find a cell phone case, they find a bank card, and they find an iPad case and possibly some other personal evidence. Yet they didn't find Kada. So that tipster, they emails, I'm told from sources, emails, go back.
Right.
You have to look again.
Let me see that pic.
Yeah, you have sources. Kada. So that tips.
Damn. She's a beautiful woman. Look at her. Wow. She's beautiful. She's pretty, man. She was a pretty woman. Wow. So sad.
Emails, I'm told from sources. Emails, go back. You have to look again. You have to look more specifically in this location.
Very pretty, very pretty.
And we learned that yesterday from.
Look at her. She's a very pretty woman.
From prosecutors.
Oh, beautiful.
So that happens. They go back. They find her in a shallow grave.
Yeah.
How do you recognize a shallow grave? Wouldn't you agree that you see disturbed earth, where everything looks the same, be it grass or leaves, that have been.
You see a hand sticking out, shallow grave. You see something, right? Pretty sure. What's up, Brian P?
Like the Undertaker.
Yeah, the Undertaker. There you go.
You got it again. It's echoing.
What?
It's echoing.
Oh, yeah, let me fix that. Hold on. I gotta remove this guy. I'm gonna share screen another way. Hey, what's going on, Brian? How you doing?
I'm good.
That's good. Welcome back. All right, let me go back to the video.
There forever, that have been wet, that have been dry, that have been rained on again, and suddenly you see a disturbed area. I have always looked for a disturbed area before using, for instance, a ground penetrating. Have you seen a ground penetrating device where you can see, it kind of looks like an ultrasound, and you see where underneath the soil the dirt has been displayed, but you don't need a ground penetrator. You can see with the naked eye where the soil looks different from everywhere else.
Yeah, absolutely. There's ground penetrating radar, there's LiDAR, there's various technologies that can be used. But to the naked eye, I think what made this search complicated is that around the abandoned building, there's probably a high amount of debris a higher amount of boards scattered around. And in this case, the reports coming in is that disturbed earth was covered up by a large piece of wood.
Guys, you are seeing video of LE law enforcement on the scene, and they're discovering Kada's remains. And as Joe Holden just told us, a lot of these first responders and police went off the grid and couldn't be reached. It was just too much. This is from our friends at ABC6. Dr. Thomas Coyne joining us, Chief Medical Examiner, District 2 Medical Examiner's Office, State of Florida. He is a forensic pathologist, he is a toxicologist, he is a neuropathologist, and more. Dr. Coyne, I'm sure you are familiar with the area of investigation that is forensic entomology. And I bring that up because of the existence of maggots, not blowflies, but maggots. Why do I care? Because it ages the time of death. It helps me get a time of death. Explain.
Sure. I mean, certainly from the field of entomology, we know that different species of insects arrive at a decomposing body or a dead body at varying time intervals. So you can collect the different insect species that are found and examine their larval stage. So for instance, with regards to maggots, it is well known how long it takes a maggot to go from an egg to a certain size larval stage, then eventually to becoming a fly. And so if you're able to characterize what stage of development the maggot is at, you may have a good idea of how long that body was perhaps present in the ground.
Wait, where's the full video? Why is it only half? Hold on a second. I want to see more. Hold on. Is that only half?
It's only like 12 minutes.
I know. I have to do the longer version. I kind of want to see more now because I'm not done. I want to see if there's more. Hold on. Where's the longer bombshell? That's gonna do that one next. Where is the longer version of this bitch? Hold on. Sorry. I just had it. Where the fuck is it? I just had it. Wasn't there a longer version? Let me see. Hold on. This is 4 weeks ago. Why is it 4 weeks ago? Wow, 4 weeks ago?
When did she die?
A long time ago. Oh, earlier. I forgot what month. I forgot when she died. Hold on a second. What damn video? It was 4 weeks ago. That's a long time ago. Right?
This was in Florida.
Yeah, this one thing. It's 8 minutes long. Yeah, there's a longer one here.
She is reported missing October 4th, 20-some minutes into her shift. And then 20 minutes later, police sources believe that is when she dies. Lots of sources telling us this has to be someone in Keon King's.
Juicy J, what's going on? How you doing? Long time no see.
I know, you guys.
Where you been, stranger?
I've just been out, being a hoe.
I didn't like me anymore.
No.
He asked you last week.
What?
No, I love you guys. I just was taking a break.
He was asking for you last week.
I know. I'll just have to call you.
Yeah. You all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
A little crazy.
Family problems?
A little toxic.
You
missed it.
Sorry. I hope you guys work it out. And stuff.
Yeah, I know. I agree. What, Brian?
You missed it. We was having fun.
You were? Tonight?
Yeah. No, last week.
What'd you guys do?
Like we always do.
Just talking.
Oh, fuckers. He was all up here.
Yeah.
It was mostly
tight-knit circle here, his group. Someone he knows.
It was mostly at you. No, I'm joking. Look how nice this girl dressed. This girl's dressed always nice.
So I haven't even watched this case at all. Just give me a quick what happened.
What?
She left work and then she was murdered.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You
That's
saw
all I
this.
need.
We watched this. You watched this with us.
I haven't been here for like a minute.
But this is from 4 weeks ago. This video right here.
Ow! Okay, then yeah, I probably did.
No, nothing happened. No, I just want to see it real quick. Hold on.
Maybe a family member.
There's an accomplice that thinks it's a good idea to bury a Miss USA hopeful behind an abandoned middle school. The police officers clawing at the... In the last hours, we learned human remains found behind that abandoned middle school, the Ada Lewis Scott Middle School. Listen to what we've learned.
Based on a tip that came in last night through the night, investigators began the process of following up on that tip. And the tip was very specific that led us back to this location here today.
We received a tip to go to the Ada Lewis Middle School. Investigators did a thorough search. Essentially what the new tip was this weekend was go back. It was go back, she's there, look again, and they did give more specific details in terms of where to look.
Crazy.
And ultimately, that is what led us to her.
Wow. That's creepy. That's creepy.
They didn't arrest nobody yet, right?
No. I'm creepy though.
Wow, that's some tip. That from our friends at ABC6 joining me right now, an all-star panel. But first, I want to go to the chief.
That's the person who killed the girl, calling up and saying that, right?
Yeah.
Who else could that be?
Yeah.
Investigative reporter and anchor at CBS News Philadelphia, who has been investigating this case right along with the police from the very beginning, Joe Holden. Joe, that was some tip that actually called into police anonymously, told them where to look, and then when they didn't find anything the first time, called back and said, go back. What, were they watching the police, or were they watching the news to know there had been no announcement? That's bizarre.
Check all those boxes, because we know that from police and prosecutors, this was a persistent tipster. They first called 911 last week to say, you better look at that middle school property. And then police come, they go, they have nothing. And so let me stop that right there. They do find a cell phone case, they find a bank card, and they find an iPad case and possibly some other personal evidence. Yet they didn't find Kada. So that tipster then emails, I'm told from sources, emails, go back. Wow. You have to look again. You have to look more specifically in this location.
Email.
And we learned that yesterday from prosecutors. So that happens.
They can't trace that email? It's coming from where? I wonder if they can trace the email.
Yes, they can.
They should.
IPF.
Well, not always. That's
They have
the secret of IP address. They do have secret IP addresses.
Yeah.
They go back. They find her in a shallow grave.
Wow, Joe Holden Fitzgibbons is going to have a field day with tracking down that emailer. But let me go back to Joe Holden. An email like that can't be traced.
See?
I'm dying to find out.
Yeah, me too. We're dying to find out too.
Who called 911 and who was watching so carefully that they knew police left without finding the human remains. Listen.
That tip today led us back to this area behind the school, where it's a wooded area. I don't know if any of you have been back there, but it's a wooded area that goes beyond the school.
Investigators returned to Ada Lewis Middle School on a very specific, anonymous tip to look in a heavily wooded area separating the old closed school from a recreation center. Investigators clear an area of brush and debris, uncovering freshly disturbed earth under a board. Digging with their bare hands, officers are hit with a strange smell and find maggots crawling through the dirt. The area is a shallow grave holding the decomposing remains.
Well, that's certainly, putting it mildly, a strange smell, because I'm telling you, once you go to a murder scene and you smell a decomposing body, a human body, you'll never forget it. Even the smell alone I've actually seen a rookie cop start vomiting from the smell alone. That video you saw is from our friends at ABC, and there's more.
Where we begin to go back into that area where we will locate a shallow grave after being able to remove some of the debris back there, able to locate the body of a human being.
It has been confirmed that these are the human remains of Kada Scott, and that has been confirmed by DNA.
To Joe Holden joining us, chief investigative reporter and anchor.
What?
That's disgusting.
CBS News Philly, that video from our friends at ABC6. Joe Holden, there's just so much to dissect, and this is what you have to do when you are investigating a case or preparing for trial. You have to take each line, I'm sure you do this in your investigative work, and you have to analyze each and every fact. For instance, that the tipster not only called 911, but obviously carefully watching the scene says, oh my stars, they didn't find her, and emails back, who is this person? Number one.
Same person,
but
I think.
Joe Holden, can you
same
imagine
person.
the chaos at the scene when the police are overcome and they start clawing at the dirt with their bare hands?
So they had to excavate the entire area that they eventually determined to be the final resting place, if you will, or temporary resting place for the beautiful Kada Scott there. Nancy, I will provide a timeline here that we nailed down yesterday. She is reported missing October 4th, 20 some minutes into her shift. And then 20 minutes later, police sources believe that is when she dies. So that is October 4th. That is days before a news conference announcing that they're asking the public for help. And of course, that is now this huge.
Joe, what did you say? 20 minutes.
Did she sign out of work? Did she sign in for work and then signed out?
Yep.
She never signed out, right?
No, she signed in and out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Within 20 minutes of each other?
Yep.
Wow.
Minutes later, what? Repeat.
It's now this huge.
Joe, what did you say? 20 minutes later, what? Repeat.
20 minutes after they say she leaves work is when they believe she dies. She's alive for only 20 minutes after she left the place that she works at in Chestnut Hill in the city of Philadelphia.
Put him up. Holden, I don't understand. I hear you, but I don't understand what you're saying. She was dead within 20 minutes after taking her away from the assisted living where she worked?
What police are telling us, 20 minutes. They're very guarded on details of how they know that. We couldn't even nail down if they have surveillance video of her getting into this car, which becomes a whole other side of this story where we thought there was one car. Now there's a second car involved, and it's a 2008 black Hyundai Accent. So Keon King, the suspect in this, is now utilizing two different vehicles, and it's believed he shows up to the terrace of Chestnut Hill there where Kada Scott worked the Saturday night of October 4th. They know each other somehow, but are not giving us much detail as to how well or how long. She gets into his car, and they're telling us now, according to multiple law enforcement sources, that she's alive for about a 20-minute time frame, and then she dies.
The psychopathy behind that, I'm very anxious to determine why. Just 20 minutes in, she is murdered. And actually, Joe Holden, let me quickly go to Brian Fitzgibbons joining us. He's the Director of Operations, USPA, Nationwide Security. He leads a team of investigators that go around the world finding missing people and getting evidence. You and I analyzed the case of Madeline Soto, S-O-T-O. And video surveillance played an integral role in catching the killer. I'm wondering if this case with Kada Scott will line up with what was done in the Maddie Soto case, where the perp had the victim in a vehicle and was videoed with Maddie dead in the car. She's just turned 13, and he had propped her up in a seat, the passenger seat. with a seatbelt on, and she was dead. And then tried to tell police that little Maddie, 13, was actually asleep, that she dozed off on the way to school. It's possible, Fitzgibbons, it's possible that there is video of him with Kada in the car, dead.
Very possible. And we're learning more information now with the introduction of this 2008 Hyundai sedan that King was driving, and that authorities believe that Kada Scott, that was connected to Kada Scott's murder. So there will be more video surveillance of that video. Authorities have already pinned down King's location with his cell phone records to be associated with locations of this stolen vehicle.
Hi guys, the Fed has finally dropped interest rates, and I consider beginning, and I don't call it a story, Joe. And Anchor CBS News. Back to Joe Holden joining us, chief investigative reporter and Anchor CBS News Philly on the case from the very beginning. And I don't call it a story, Joe, because this is no story. This is real.
Wow.
And her family
She'll be taking care of herself, doing exercises, working out. Fuck, man. And people gotta kill people like that. That's fucked up, man. People work hard, and they had to kill them?
For no reason.
For no reason, bro.
What state is this in Florida, right?
Why? I don't understand.
Because it's selfish.
He probably gonna get the death penalty.
Fucked up. I don't know what is it? Is it Florida? What is there? Is it Florida? Anybody know? I forget, man.
Devastated.
Wow.
I can go back on woulda, coulda, shoulda. This guy should have already been in jail. Prosecutors dropped the ball. They did not follow up on a previous case, almost exactly like this one, when the victim was too afraid. She was an FTA, failure to appear. I'll get to that later, but I want to go back to the police officers clawing at the dirt with their bare hands. They can smell human decomp. Can you imagine that scene? They all jump down on the ground and start clawing because they don't, I guess, have a shovel with them. And suddenly they see maggots.
It's a horrible scene. It's a terrible situation. And I know just from interacting with my sources in the Philadelphia Police Department, it was a traumatic situation for many of them.
And it's not Florida. I just Googled it. It's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Oh, damn.
Specifically the Germantown and Chestnut Hill neighborhoods.
Oh.
She went missing from her job at a senior living facility in Chestnut Hill on October 4, 2025, and her body was found on a vacant Ada Lewis Middle School in Germantown on October 18.
Oh, damn.
So, yeah, Philadelphia.
Them. Many of them went off the grid, Nancy. Frankly, Saturday night, Sunday afternoon, we couldn't reach many of the folks that we deal with regularly due to the gravity of what they discovered. And to Brian Fitzgibbons' information about video and your question about, do we have video? Yeah, prosecutors are saying they have video from a nearby rec center. If you see a shot of the school building, the rec center sits directly to the right from you.
Look. I just asked Google, is there a death penalty in Philadelphia? They wrote, yes, the death penalty is legal in Pennsylvania.
But they haven't executed someone since 1999.
And therefore, in Philadelphia, but blocked, but his application is blocked by governor imposed while the state still has capital punishment on the books for a certain crime. No executions have been carried out since 1999, like you said. All right, well, still there.
Your vantage point. So there is video, according to prosecutors, of Keon King in this Hyundai Accent arriving to the middle school and taking Kada Scott apparently onto the property, and then she is located in the back of the property. So this would be to the right of that picture you're looking for, is where police have video evidence. They also tell us they have they have evidence showing cellular activity of Keon King's phone in the area at the significant times of their investigation.
To Brian Fitzgibbons, many people have asked since the search for Kada started, how do you recognize a shallow grave? Wouldn't you agree that you see disturbed earth, where everything looks the same, be it grass or leaves, that have been there forever, that have been wet, that have been dried, that have been rained on again, and suddenly you see a disturbed area? I have always looked for a disturbed area before using, for instance, a ground penetrating. Have you seen a ground penetrating device where you can see, it kind of looks like an ultrasound, and you see where underneath the soil the dirt has been displayed, but you don't need a ground penetrator. You can see with the naked eye where the soil looks different from everywhere else.
Yeah, absolutely. There's ground penetrating radar, there's LiDAR, there's various technologies that can be used. But to the naked eye, I think what made this search complicated is that around the abandoned building, there's probably a
What? You say something?
Oh yeah, that freaking where they dug, that's huge.
No.
A high amount of debris, a higher amount of boards scattered around. And in this case, the reports coming in is that disturbed earth.
That's it right there. Wow. That's where a body was found, in that area, I guess, right?
Yeah, I just
It's roped off. Well, she was there somewhere.
Was
but
covered up.
If they know they're gonna look for a body, why they not bringing something to dig?
I don't know. Maybe they figured it'll be laying out there. Maybe they didn't feel it was going to be buried. Maybe they thought it's going to be laying out there on the ground.
By a large piece of wood.
Guys, you are seeing video.
Up by the reports coming in is that disturbed earth was covered up by a large piece of wood.
Large piece of wood.
Guys, you are seeing video of LE law enforcement on the scene, and they are discovering Kada's remains. And as Joe Holden just told us, a lot of these first responders and police went off the grid and couldn't be reached. It was just too much. Dr. Thomas Coyne joining us, Chief Medical Examiner, District 2 Medical Examiner's Office, State of Florida. He is a forensic pathologist, he is a toxicologist, he's a neuropathologist, and more. Dr. Coyne, I'm sure you are familiar with the area of investigation that is forensic entomology. And I bring that up because of the existence of maggots, not blowflies, but maggots. Why do I care? Because it ages the time of death. It helps me get a time of death. Explain.
Sure. I mean, certainly from the field of entomology, we know that different species of insects arrive at a decomposing body or a dead body at varying time intervals. So you can collect the different insect species that are found and examine their larval stage. So for instance,
I wonder how many insect species there are from when it starts decomposing. I wonder.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll tell us.
With regards to maggots, it is well known how long it takes a maggot to go from an egg to a certain sized larval stage, then eventually to becoming a fly. And so if you're able to characterize what stage of development the maggot is at, you may have a good idea of how long that body was perhaps present in the ground. So it helps to give a time frame of death when you're able to examine the various insect species and larvae that may be present. And it also provides a good means perhaps of toxicology. You can even test those insects for drugs or poisons if you
she's modeling, bro. Look at her. Holy shit.
Have no tissue left on the you can even test that may be present. And it also provides a good means perhaps of toxicology. You can even test those insects for drugs or poisons if you had no tissue left on the body to examine.
New York Control Room, if you could pull up the video of the prior attack caught on video. It's very hard for me to look at this beautiful girl, Dr. Coyne, and reconcile your discussion about maggots. Hold on. Look at this.
Creepy guy.
How'd you like to look out your window and see him peering in? In the video, you hear the victim screaming, call the police, call the police. Everybody's running, everybody's moving. He's going from window to window to see how he can get in. This is one of his previous victims.
That's creepy.
Now, I'm leading us up to a point. A 6+ foot, there you go, superhero jumping down. He landed in the victim's backyard and strides forward. This is from @S4LCC on TikTok.
What a loser.
So, you know what, Joe Holden? This guy, he's got a rap sheet as long as my arm. Here he is. This is his either second or third attack, very similar to the attack on Kada. She, Joe Holden, didn't stand a chance. She lasted 20 minutes in the car with this predator. 20 minutes, Joe.
Wow.
Yeah, and he's got that rap sheet. I guess we could call it a rap sheet, or we could call it actually nothing, thin air, because those cases went away. The case from November, when police say he burglarizes the home and then strangles an ex-girlfriend on a bed, and that case goes before a judge or a magistrate. We're still sorting out which. I believe it was a judge for preliminary hearings, and then witness victims fail to appear, so the case is withdrawn by the district attorney's office. And then fast forward to January, where he is engaged in a similar criminal conduct, accused of kidnapping and strangling the same ex-girlfriend. So now we have a case happening that's overlapping the first case, okay? And then charges are brought for the second one not until April. This is the afternoon that police allege the second incident happened. This is in January here. And so charges are brought in April. There are 2 hearings on the matter, and the district attorney withdraws the charges. Just yesterday, they are admitting that they could have gone forward with the prosecution of this case without a witness to the crime. Right there, they're conceding that they made some mistakes. They should have done things differently. But Nancy, what this has done is this has triggered an all-out war of words between the DA's office and the courts in Philadelphia, with the courts telling the district attorney's office that they should be ashamed of themselves. They've been appallingly disrespectful in their descriptions of how their interaction in these criminal cases has played out. So we're still unraveling. But
okay, brace yourself, Joe Holden. That is a load of crap. That video from @S4LCC TikTok, because there's plenty of blame to go around here. Let me bring in Mark Tate, veteran trial lawyer, high-profile lawyer out of the Savannah jurisdiction with the Tate Law Group and beyond. Tate, take off your defense hat just one moment. This is complete BS. Let's break it down for people that have not been in the criminal justice system. Number one, the DA, not the judge, failed. They had a case where a woman was strangled on her bed, and a subsequent case, and she was an FTA. She has described her fear that he would get right back out and finish her off. That's why she was an FTA failure.
Braxton, that's a good question. Why were there no curtains on the windows? That's really a great question. Why aren't there any curtains on the windows? Why are her windows wide open?
Yeah, that's weird. Like her front one.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, you got kids. You're walking around in your towel and they're half naked. I mean, seriously, you have to have curtains.
Yeah.
Or blinds or shades or something that covers it.
Oh yeah, all my windows are
What is she doing? I don't understand that.
It's crazy.
It is. It's like she's calling for it. But she's not, but it's gonna happen.
Right. No, I agree with you.
It's fucked up.
Failure to appear. Yeah. So what? Failure to appear, that means nothing to me. That's why we have investigators. Go find her. That's not hard to say, is it? Go find her.
No, it's not.
Easy. But wait a minute, Tate. There's more. There's more.
Okay.
Because I want to hear your whole opinion. That was the DA's fault, not the judges. But then the judges pile on because they get him. The DA asks for $1 million bond, and they go, nah. And they give him a low bond. He has access to money, a lot of money, and he walks. So both of them are guilty. And I don't care how much they're like, oh, we screwed up. Yeah, you did, because Kate is dead. You can think about that tonight when you try to go to sleep. It's on you. Yeah. That's the truth. There.
Nancy, I really do want to stress a couple of things. And I represent judges, and I've represented sitting elected district attorneys. And so I am sympathetic with their position. However, here, I think there is, as exactly you described, I got to agree with you. There's a multi-level
to be
failure.
Sympathetic.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is that
means, right?
I advocate for my client's interests, but I also take on judges when they make mistakes. I just got one recused from Savannah's probate court last week because he should not be close to a bench. And I take on judges when they make a mistake, and I take on district attorneys when they make a mistake. This was a horrific
this is
mistake.
not an infomercial for the Tate Law Group. Can we focus on this case?
What I'm saying is that judges and district attorneys should be held accountable when they make mistakes. This is a mistake that should terrify any victim of domestic violence. And the fact that, another victim just walked away, they know, the tests show, the studies show that victims of domestic violence don't come to court. They frequently fail to prosecute their cases. It's in the district attorney's discretion how they go forward.
A really sophisticated approach to the case would have been to try to put it all on with video evidence. That is not usually an easy thing to do. I would say with 20/20 hindsight, it's something that could have been done. And I own that. I mean, ultimately the buck stops here. It's not my job to throw other people under the bus. If there's a decision that is poor, and I believe that that was an incorrect decision, then we have to own it, and we have to try to do better.
Bombshell tonight. Crime Stories now streaming first on Fox 1. That's right. You can now watch all the crowd ever before the season of Crime Stories.
Kada Scott's human remains were found 2 weeks after she went missing.
There are new charges being brought against Keon King: arson, causing catastrophe, conspiracy, unauthorized use of an automobile, receiving stolen property, reckless endangerment of another person, tampering with evidence.
Wait a minute. I heard additional charges. I didn't hear that very special word. Murder, arson, theft by receiving. Who cares? Kada Scott was murdered, according to Joe Holden, joining us from CBS News Philly, within 20 minutes after she gets into the car of the alleged perpetrator. But tonight, a more disturbing question. Is there someone out there that actually thought it was a good idea to help murder Kada Scott so there wouldn't be witnesses and or dispose of her body? Listen.
At this point, we do have reason to believe that other people may have been involved after the fact. At the point where the Hyundai Accent is on scene, on video at the rec center leading up to all of the events we're talking about, the other car, the Toyota, is there as well. And we believe the people in these vehicles are working together.
Is that why, Joe Holden, that law enforcement believes there is an accomplice? Maybe after the fact, maybe not. I don't know the extent of the accomplice's involvement. But there's two cars. He wasn't driving both of them, or was he driving both of them at two different times? Who do the two cars belong to? Why are they saying, bombshell, there's an accomplice that thinks it's a good idea to bury a Miss USA hopeful behind an abandoned middle school?
So we don't know what kind of help he's getting, but you're ringing a bell that's going off in all of our minds. Is where is the homicide charge? We have not seen it. We've only heard that they are working on bringing that case. So instead of that case, we have now what is an arson charge. And there's also a conspiracy charge attached to it. So Therein lies the who's the helper. Also, about this tipster that leads them back to this property on Saturday, we don't even have a sense that investigators have an identity on the tipster. Lots of sources telling us this has to be someone in Keon King's tight-knit circle here, his group, someone he knows, maybe a family member, where we are scratching at the surface here.
Hey, guys, this video is from Joe's station, CBS Philly. Joe, question. How soon after the $10,000 reward was announced did someone give a tip?
Pretty immediately. There was Wednesday of last week, and the family was offering a tip. I believe it was slightly under $10,000 at that moment. So then the call comes into 911 to check the middle school property. And then by Saturday, the reward was increasing. I believe it had reached maybe $12,000. And an email comes in to one of the Philadelphia Police Department's tip lines, a tip server, I guess, saying, go back to the middle school. Oh, and you have to look here.
Well, apparently Mark Tate, veteran trial lawyer, defense attorney, there is no honor amongst thieves.
Nope. I agree totally. If somebody's fat's in the fire, they're going to grab you and bring you with them. And so, sure, there's an accomplice. It appears pretty obvious because we don't think that Keon King is going to turn himself in or give any tips to try to find this lady. Obviously, somebody, maybe, in my opinion, from my experience, assisted in disposing of this body, and I'm afraid that they may be felt guilty and want to try to get out of it in some fashion.
Translation, they wanted that $10,000 reward.
And they wanted the $10,000. $10,000 can change some people's lives, and so I think that.
Did you actually say the ghoul that helped bury her body?
$10,000 what?
I said $10,000 could change my life.
Well, $14,000 just changed mine. I just paid $14,000 in credit card bills.
Oh,
and in order for me to get that money, I had to sell my stocks and stuff like that.
That's
so
hard, huh?
Why do I have stocks and stuff like that? But I'm paying fucking all this interest rate and loans from fucking all these banks, from 3 different banks.
I hate
You'll
that.
see your credit score is a jump high.
Yeah,
You know
fuck up
what
my
made
credit
me
score.
even more mad? Groceries.
What?
Groceries. They make me mad too. The fucking prices and shit.
I owe about $6,000
in credit cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough, man. I'm so happy. I was paying $125 in each credit card of interest a month for having $5,000 or $4,500 bills with them. So now I'm going to see a difference in my wallet now since I paid it off.
Credit's gonna go up good too.
My credit will most likely go up, and I'll probably feel like I have more money now. I think, right? I mean, if you're paying, if I'm not paying interest, I should be able to feel it.
Yeah, just put your cards away. Don't use them unless you have to.
No.
Just don't take
that
on
police
the
then.
Don't what?
Don't take on no more loans.
Yeah, no, I'm not. That's fucked. I mean, if I need something, I'll do it. But other than that, I won't do it.
Dug out with their bare hands through the maggots. Called in because they were guilty. And what a coinkydink. A coincidence.
And they wanted 10 grand.
Let me
if they
explain
can get
that
it.
for you. That it was right after the reward was announced.
Well, I agree with you. Like I said, you said it, no honor amongst thieves. If somebody's in trouble and they think they can give you up and get themselves out of trouble or less trouble than what the other.
Cat, why are you checking in from sunny Florida? You're in Florida, Cat?
Yeah.
Well, this would be. They're gonna.
Well, he don't live in Florida.
No, I know. No, I think he's down there with his
He's
sister
been there
and dad.
for a couple of days already.
Yeah,
Why?
Why? Dad. I'm not entirely sure.
A snitch. These are not honorable people. These are absolutely the lowest. These aren't like, people who are going to protect each other out of any kind of loyalty. There's no loyalty.
Okay,
here.
I got to tell you something.
They think they can figure out how to get it. They're going to get it. Yeah.
I'm going to throw this to Brian Fitzgibbons because you'll probably deny it, and then I will ask Dr. Jerry Lynn Utter about it. Fitzgibbons, you've investigated a lot of cases, and I know this is going to sound crazy to a lot of people that have not been in our shoes. Have you ever walked into a group of defendants, like on a crime scene, and you
Absolutely.
can just feel the evil? It's just a feeling. After all the years I investigated and prosecuted, it really only happened a couple of times where you walk in and it's like the hair goes up on the back of your neck and on your arms. You can sense it. You can sense a feeling of just evil. Talking about no honor among thieves. I mean, really, come on, Fitzgibbons, how hard is it going to be to trace the IP of the email, the internet provider, please?
This is a very simple process for law
Now
enforcement
they have
to
it blocked.
conduct.
They have it
Number
blocked.
one, they get a subpoena to the ISP, and they get that full email header, and they unmask the location of where this email came from. It would take a pretty nuanced person to hide that email from them, and I believe that they can do this pretty rapidly.
To Dr. Jerry Lynn Utter joining us, a clinical psychologist.
It looked like she looked like she loved having fun. Look at her. I feel bad. It's sad.
Oh,
man.
I know.
She dressed
Yeah.
really nice.
Oh, she looks way nice.
She
Always.
really dresses nice and likes to have fun, smiling all the time. And I don't know, man. Sad.
To Dr. Jerry Lynn Utter joining us, a clinical psychologist specializing in evaluations and assessments
Dead.
for people in the criminal justice system. She's the author of Mainlining Philly
I agree, Sean.
regarding drug addiction and Aftershock. I mean, producer of Utter Nonsense. That's a documentary exploring addiction. Dr. Jerry Lynn Utter, thank you for being with us. Question. What ghoul thinks it's okay to put a beautiful young girl, brilliant, graduated Penn State, that's not easy, and bury her in a shallow grave behind an abandoned middle school, and just for good measure, cover it up with a board, like that's going to stop a cadaver dog, and walk away and feel okay with that?
Whoever is involved, if there is an accomplice, like Joe Holden saying, in moving her body or burying her, this is somebody that has a similar psychopathy or personality trait as Keon King himself. So to your point that you made earlier about the hair standing up on the back of your neck, when I heard that same exact thing happened to me, because the group that Mr. King is within and the circle of accomplices that he works within have a similar mindset as he does. So, they probably didn't really see Miss Scott much as a human being. This was somebody that they were burying in order to please Keon or to help Keon. So the psychopathy is similar in that you're dealing with folks that are sociopathic. So anybody that is going to work to do that probably has a similar personality organization as Mr. King. The other alternative, Nancy, which you probably aren't going to want to hear, is that maybe the accomplice or person may have been under some type of coercive control, afraid of him. Afraid of retaliation from him. That's also an option. But I feel as though it's more, people that are floating in the same circle as he is and also have the same type of mindset as he does.
Our office approved charges, as the DA just said, of arson, causing catastrophe, conspiracy, unauthorized use of an automobile, tampering with evidence, recklessly endangering another person, and receipt of stolen property. Those charges are in reference to the burning of a vehicle. That vehicle is a 2008 black Hyundai Accent.
American homeowners, the FBI has been warning about a type of real estate fraud called title theft. Your title promo code.
Kada was deeply loved. Her light, kindness, and beautiful spirit will forever remain in our hearts. Our family now seeks justice for Kada.
Kada Scott mattered. Her life matters.
Sorry, what'd you say? I was muting my mic.
No, that's what I was about to tell you, that you muted.
Did you say something?
No.
Oh.
A second car? Does that indicate, is that the proof of an accomplice, some ghoul that thought it was okay to throw the body of a Miss USA hopeful into a shallow grave or dig the grave and then just walk away? I not think another thing about it. Okay, you're hearing about arson charges. Where's that coming from? Listen.
There was a 911 call that a vehicle was on fire. So police did respond to it. The fire department responded to it, ruled it an arson, and then at that point, when they were finished with their investigation, the car was demolished. It was burned, so it was taken and towed and compacted.
From our friends at CBS Philly, and speaking of, straight out to Joe Holden. Tell me about the car fire. It seems disconnected, but it is very connected. Man, probably won't get any evidence from it, but who does it belong to? What do we know?
It was stolen. It was stolen on October 3rd. So that is the day before Kada Scott goes missing. And then we know once she goes missing, it's 20 minutes later that police sources believe that she is killed. But then that is the car seen on video from the rec center that sits next to the middle school that Keon King is removing Kada Scott from the Hyundai Accent, 2008 Hyundai Accent. Then she is placed on the middle school
could you
property.
put him up again? I need to understand exactly what he's saying.
You got him on video?
Joe Holden, tell me that one more time.
Car stolen on October 3rd. Kada Scott goes missing on October 4th. And then the car is found burning on the street October 7th. Miraculously, Philadelphia gets right to it and finds the car and takes it off the street because it is an abandoned burning car. It goes to a junkyard where it is crushed and compacted. We've confirmed that there is no valuable DNA or evidence that can be retrieved from that car because it all burned up in the fire.
And was compacted. But at the time it was taken to a tow lot and compacted, crushed, they likely didn't know it was connected to Kada.
Absolutely true. And that is where, they're explaining why they can't get, any sort of usable evidence from this car because it's destroyed. And they say it was destroyed in the fire. So whatever actions happen at the junkyard, it's not like they could go back and piece this thing together.
If the fire was totaled the car, if the fire totally totaled the car and melted everything and it was just a burned piece of shit, all right, you can't do nothing. Your DNA's gone and everything else is gone. So
bullshit.
I don't know how bad it was. If it burned, instead of they burned it, he burned it on fire. So it was probably a burned car. The evidence is gone. I can't picture. I wouldn't be able to picture any DNA evidence if it's all burnt up.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that. Fitzgibbons, even if a car's been through fire, I don't know how much of it was burned.
Yeah, see, exactly.
I don't know if the handle could have had DNA or fingerprints still on it. I don't know if the interior was intact in any way. I mean, without seeing the car, I don't know that we couldn't have gotten fingerprints. But that's a woulda, coulda, shoulda again, because it's over. It's being compacted. You're not going to get anything from it now, Fitzgibbons.
This vehicle being compacted makes it nearly impossible. And, I will say that there are cases after a vehicle is burnt that we can recover some physical evidence. That this is going to speak directly to the amount of blood that was present in that vehicle.
Guys, this is what we know about the vehicle. Take a listen to the ADA, Ashley Teslowski.
That vehicle was stolen on October 3rd from the area of 6600 Sprague Street. We believe that vehicle is the vehicle that was used in this case. That vehicle was then on scene at that rec center, which ultimately, as we all know, is where we found Ms. Scott's human remains. Video evidence indicates it was on location. Video evidence then indicates it leaves the location. It is burned on October 7th. It was located at the 2300 block of 74th Avenue.
Straight back to CBS Philly, Chief Investigative Reporter and anchor Joe Holden. Now, tell me about the video, because the car's destroyed. I'm not getting anything from that. Okay, I would stay up all night fuming if I were prosecuting this case, but immediately fall back for a Hail Mary. The Hail Mary. Is it video? What does the video show about how this car is connected to Kada?
So the video shows the car arrives at that middle school property there in East Germantown, where Kada is later found buried just this past weekend. The Toyota that they were feverishly searching for a week ago is also there now. So Keon King, according to prosecutors and sources, is using both cars in tandem and at times separately. He is apparently using someone else to help him with both cars. So both cars are in motion, so to speak, in this investigation. But it is the Hyundai Accent that is the car believed to take Kada Scott from her place of work in Chestnut Hill, Saturday, October 4th, just moments after 10 p.m., then to the middle school property. And then that car on video is seen coming and going 2 to 3 times in the time since October 4th.
We recovered additional evidence, including video evidence that confirms that this vehicle, we believe, is the vehicle that Mr. Keon King used to move Ms. Scott. We recovered video out from near the Ada Lewis Middle School, where our search and the investigator search has been focused. There's a rec center directly next to that school. Video evidence was recovered from that rec center, and we are now able to say that this Hyundai Accent was on location at all of the times we're looking at all of the pertinent points in the investigation.
Maltese Falcon, how you doing, Maltese?
Kada was kind. She was a kind woman. She was kind to her friends. She was kind to her family. Kada is someone who could have been our sister, our cousin, just someone that is a friend or family member in our lives. Could have been anybody, any one of us.
I want to go quickly out to Dr. Thomas Coyne, guys. He is the Chief Medical Examiner, District 2 in the state of Florida.
People die. People
forensic pathologist, toxicologist, neuropathologist, and it goes on. How are we going to get a COD, cause of death, given the amount of time between Kada's death, her murder, and the discovery of her remains?
It really depends upon if sufficient tissue is present still on the body that allows us to identify an injury. So decomposition has progressed far enough where most of the soft tissues on the neck and on the torso are absent. It may be hard to see if she was strangled or even stabbed. So they may have to employ the help of an anthropologist.
I wonder how her bedroom is. I wonder if her bedroom is still put together like that. You know, I wonder how people deal with a death in their family. Do they leave everything the way it was in her room?
My aunt did when her son died.
I'm curious. What?
My aunt did when her son died.
Oh, really?
She keeps the door locked, and she never opens that door.
Oh, really? How long ago was that?
3 years ago.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. It's sad. Man.
That can do a little more detailed examination of the skeleton to see if there are any fractures.
Why?
For instance. So for instance, if a person was, let's say, stabbed, so you may actually
You can't do that with an X-ray coin?
No, very hard to sometimes see the difference between, let's say, scavenging activity like tooth marks from an animal compared to knife mark from a tool. But if you're able to actually get the bone, not only can you actually see the knife mark, you can make a determination as to whether or not that occurred before death as opposed to just artifact after death. And then you can also maybe use that to create a mold to compare to a murder weapon if you actually find one. So it gives you more options.
But all
than just
that is predicated, Dr. Coyne, upon the knife, if the knife was used, hitting a bone.
Exactly. So that's the difficult part about having a body that's found in the ground. If a body's found in the ground and if there's significant...
Don't you think the likely COD is going to be asphyxiation in that car?
I do. In this case, I do. And the only thing you hope for is that they were... The fact that they haven't released a cause of death tells me that they didn't have sufficient evidence to determine asphyxiation. You know, if you strangle a person, if the person is recently deceased, you may be able to see bruising in the neck muscles. Sometimes you can get a fracture of the thyroid cartilage or hyoid bone. But in a body that's decomposing outside, you hope that you even find the hyoid bone. If there's a scavenger and they've carried the bones away.
Ooh,
very hard to see.
wait, hold it. Coyne, buried. Buried.
Sure.
Wouldn't that preclude, quote, scavenger activity? Animals tearing her body apart? Let's just put it out there. That's what it is. If she were buried, Coin, then I don't know that scavengers had gotten to her.
No, well, flies did, right? So she was covered in maggots. So just because she's in the ground in a shallow grave doesn't mean scavengers can't have access to the body. Those chemicals of decomposition, volatilize, they're able to be smelled by animals all around. And there are burying animals that can go into the ground. But what I'm saying is that even if she strangled her, because she's young, she may not have fractures in her neck. All of the injuries may be in soft tissue like bruises. And if that tissue is gone, from decomposition or maggot activity,
Let me
you
see
can't
him for Pete's
identify the
sake.
cause of death.
Coin.
Yeah.
You can see the monitor, right? You can see Kada Scott. Does it ever bother you? Because it bothers me badly that we're talking about animals burrowing into the ground to eat her body and tear it apart.
It's hard to separate the dad in me, from the doctor. So when I have these cases, I have to turn that off. I mean, it certainly does bother you when those cases come into my office. And this is horrible. Yeah.
Joe, I'm going to have to quit thinking about everything Dr. Thomas Coyne is saying because I know it's all true and I know he's right. But I need to think about the evidence. That I can handle. How am I going to prove this case and get the killer and all his minions that helped him? Can we talk about cell phone evidence very quickly, Joe Holden?
Cell phone evidence places him at all of the pertinent locations the district attorney's office says in this whole, sort of scheme where it starts on October 3rd with the stealing of a car. October 4th, she goes missing. And then that car is back and forth a few times to this middle school property. Is he moving her? Is he doing what? Is he trying to conceal further, evidence that he's been there? We will wait and see. The district attorney's office, Nancy, if you hear a lot of how they phrase this, they don't say body, they don't say dead, they're really just of a degree of respect for Kada Scott, that he moves her, that he takes her there. And so we're scratching our heads at a lot of the time trying to figure out, well, is she dead as she's being moved? And after all of this, we determined we were able to find out from our sources 20 minutes after she leaves her work, they believe she is killed. So as far as the evidence, there's video, there's cell records, and of course now there is this tipster who provided information on 2 occasions to Philadelphia police. They are actively investigating the person's identity and are hoping to uncover the trail that person provided the information that then led police here. That tipster is now part of this investigation.
Video CBS Philly.
Crazy.
As we go to air tonight, the case against Kada Scott's killer is being created. The investigation is ongoing. If you know or think you know anything about the disappearance and death of this beautiful girl, Kada Scott, please dial 215-686-8477. Repeat, 215-686-8477. We remember American hero Sergeant Harold Preston, Houston PD, shot in the line of duty after 41 years in law enforcement, leaving behind devastated parents. American hero Sergeant Harold
41 years on the force.
Thank you to our guests, but especially to you for being with us. Nancy Grace signing off for tonight, but I'll see you tomorrow night. And until then, good night.
Bye, Nancy.
Bye, Nance. Thanks for your video. All right, that's Nancy Grace. That's with this case. So I guess we'll see. Keep waiting and see what happens with that case. It's crazy,
He's screwed. He gonna do life.
So he's locked up right now, right?
Yeah. No, the thing, they give him a $1 million bond.
He's out on bond right now.
If he could afford it.
But did he take it?
I don't know if he paid it.
Oh, you don't know. Does anybody in the chat know if he paid the bond? What's his name? What was that guy's name?
I don't remember. I don't know.
What's his name? Kada Scott remains.
Yeah, I put 10% of $1 million, right?
Kid Scott murderer. Let me see if I could.
So that's 10% at 100,000.
Murderer. Keon King, a 21-year-old man. I'll show you guys. Excuse me. Keon King, yeah. So it says here Keon King at 20, he's only 21 years old. Has been charged with the murder of Kada Scott. Scott's death was caused by a gunshot wound to the head. Oh, was it? Oh, it was a gunshot wound to the head.
So he shot her?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not on a bond then. If he was charged with murder, he's still in jail.
And her body was found in a wooded area in Philadelphia after she disappeared on October 4th. Investigators believe King was used a stolen Hyundai accent to abduct Scott, and a gold Toyota Camry was also seen on surveillance footage related to the case. The suspect, he's 21, she's 23, caused a death gunshot wound to the head. All right. And then the wooded area, video evidence from a nearby recreation center showed the suspect's vehicles. A stolen Honda accent was allegedly used to transport Scott, and the gold Toyota was also believed to be involved. Investigators have phone and text messages records of the interaction between Scott and King, leading up to. So I wonder if she was into this guy. Did she like this guy, Keon King? I wonder.
That was her boyfriend.
They were boyfriend and girlfriend?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
I don't see anything like that. Charges: King has been charged with murder, robbery, abuse of a corpse, tampering with evidence, and other offenses. And he may have 2 accomplices, the guy. Okay, this guy accused killer may have had 2 accomplices. All right. I don't know. I guess we'll wait and see.
He's screwed.
Yeah, she is very beautiful, Maltese. Very pretty woman. Pretty woman. Walking down the street.
Too young for...
It's 2 cases I want to look at, guys.
Too young for us.
What?
Too young for us.
Yeah, basically. There's a case with this chick who worked at McDonald's and killed a coworker. Okay, or I kind of want to watch that. Well, I guess we'll do both because it's only 2:30. I have time to do both. There's one video is like a half hour from Sidebar with Law and Sidebar with Jesse Weber. And then we'll do the other case with the girl who was found on the cruise ship. With the Nancy Grace video as well. Or, all these, Court TV video about that. You have a Law and Crime video about this. It's all these channels on YouTube discuss almost the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I like watching all of them, but I'm not sure which one is the best. So I'll probably watch Nancy Grace. I don't know. Or it's Court TV. I like too. I don't know which one I'm gonna watch. What's her name? Anna? All right, let me watch this one first. This girl. I can't even pronounce her name. Effini? Chaos erupted in court during the preliminary hearing for Effini Mohammed, the McDonald's employee accused of murdering her manager. A relative of the victim was allegedly caught trying to smuggle a knife into the courtroom. What? A relative of the victim? Oh my God.
Because the relative probably was trying to kill her.
A relative of the victim was allegedly caught by trying to smuggle a knife into the courtroom, and another family member collapsed. The hearing also featured chilling surveillance footage and the release of Muhammad's police interview, where she appears to confess to wanting to kill the victim. Wow. That's crazy.
People are crazy.
Oh my God. Let me watch this. That's sick. Wow. That's incredible. All right. Let's watch this. Wow. That's insane. Yeah, people are crazy, bro. You're right. Wow. Wait, let me share the screen. Screen shares.
Well, explain what a French knife. It's a chef knife, like it. Is it long? Okay.
Those appear to be the incredibly chilling words of Afeni Muhammad, the McDonald's employee accused of murdering her manager in cold blood by
and she killed that girl.
Yeah.
Wow.
Essentially stabbing her to death. She just had a very important hearing in her case where not only surveillance footage of the brutal alleged crime was played in court, her police interview has been published for the world to see, but it has been reported that a relative of the victim showed up to court with a knife, and that threw everything into absolute chaos. We're going to discuss right now.
I wonder if the person came out with the knife and tried to kill her. I wonder if that's what happened. I'm curious if they actually tried to stab her in court.
The Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Ever wondered how we're able to share so many clips from these stories so fast? Here's a secret. We use something called
He tried to advertise.
Bizarre case.
I know. Fast forward.
27-year-old Afeni Muhammad. Now, this all purportedly started incredibly disturbing. So much to talk for months.
How should we know that in jail?
What?
That's a wig, right?
I don't know what that is. Yeah, that may be her hair.
So much to talk about right now in the incredibly disturbing and bizarre case of 27-year-old Afeni Muhammad. Now, this all purportedly started with Muhammad ranting on social media about her manager, Jennifer Harris.
I watched this video the other day in my office at work.
We watched it here too.
Oh, we did? We watched it together here?
Yeah.
Maybe I watched it with you guys then. I forget.
We watched it here a couple weeks ago. When it first happened.
Really? Wow. All right.
Yeah.
I think I watched it as well by myself.
At a McDonald's in East Point, Michigan.
She's a bully.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. She's a bully. Somebody will have to do something about that. It's not funny. It's not fair. It isn't funny at all.
She didn't have to stab her. You didn't have to stab her though.
I know.
You could have just punched her in the face.
I know. Punch her in the face, man, or kick her, fight her. Don't stab people. What the fuck? I mean, stabbing people is to murder them. They don't realize that. I don't think that there's something wrong with people that they think it's okay to stab people. Wow.
So
I remember that. We went to her website. Yeah, we went to her Instagram and we watched all those videos. No, you're right. We did do this.
Keep banning bully if she wants to, but that is going to catch up to her.
But this ended with Harris, a 39-year-old mother of 6.
Oh my God.
And authorities allege
Mother
that
of
on
6.
July 10th, Muhammad gets into an argument with Harris after she said she was sent home early. And according to investigators, Muhammad left, sat in her car for a while, came back with a knife, and when officers arrived, Harris had reportedly been stabbed up to 15 times, 13 to 15 times. And a customer with a gun had apparently stepped in to stop Muhammad from fleeing. That's the allegation from authorities. Now, Harris, she was rushed to the hospital, but later died from her injuries. Now, to give you an idea of what we're about to get into with these latest updates, this latest court hearing, I actually just want to go back real quick to what authorities laid out in a July hearing, what they claim happened on the day Harris was allegedly stabbed by Muhammad.
Prior to the stabbing, Muhammad was sent home by Harris for not performing her work duties and told Harris, "I'll be back." Muhammad was arrested on scene and the knife was recovered. Muhammad admitted that she intended to kill Harris and stated that after she was sent home, she drove to a nearby park, decided to come back and stab Harris with a knife that she had inside of her vehicle. When Muhammad returned to stab Harris, she entered the back entrance with a hooded mask over her face in an attempt to conceal her identity and attempted to flee the scene after the stabbing, but was stopped by an armed customer.
So Afeni Muhammad was charged with first-degree premeditated murder. We're talking life without parole, and carrying a dangerous weapon with unlawful intent. Our understanding is that amounts to up to 5 years in prison. She's also charged, apparently, as a habitual offender. That's a designation that stems seemingly from a prior stabbing conviction in Virginia of her then boyfriend. She was given a suspended sentence. They gotta be a wig. She has been deemed competent to stand trial, which we discussed on a prior episode of Sidebar. But now we have to talk about what just happened the other day in court during Muhammad's preliminary hearing. So whether there's enough evidence for the case to move forward, is there sufficient probable cause that she committed the crime, and whether this case should be remanded over to circuit court. There is a lot to discuss, including someone being taken into custody. All right, so let me bring in criminal defense attorney Neil Rockine to talk more about this. Neil, thanks so much for taking the time. A lot to get into. I want to start with maybe one of the most wild things to happen, okay? It's being reported that you have this relative of the victim, Jennifer Harris, who was taken into custody at the courthouse on Friday. So according to Fox 2, Detroit News, WXYZ, ABC7, this relative, possibly Harris's teenage daughter, allegedly tried to bring knives into the courtroom, that this relative was taken into custody. The hearing had to be paused. The report is that after seeing the surveillance footage that was played in court, namely the footage of the defendant allegedly walking into that McDonald's and proceeding to attack Harris, that this family member walks out of the courthouse, goes into the parking lot, and allegedly grabs 2 knives from a car. Now, it's being reported that a relative wrestled one of those knives away from her, but she was able to get back into the courthouse with 1 knife, and that she was tackled by police. The prosecutor's office.
That's crazy. I want to see that.
Potential
I
charges.
wish I recorded that.
Talk to me about that in the sense that, look, you know, the Harris family is obviously quite emotional, particularly during this kind of evidence. Have you ever seen anything like that happening?
She had 6 kids. Look at that.
And one of her kids tried to bring a knife.
Maybe. Those are her 6 kids. Wow, 6 kids. I want to cry. So sad. You know, this girl has 6 children, and her job is working at McDonald's. Sorry, I just fucked up the whole video. I don't know what I do.
And she's a manager at McDonald's.
Fuck.
That's what sucks about YouTube. Shit like that.
Like what?
The spinning.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Why is it doing this? Oh my God, come on.
But it was Harris's mother.
Oh, here, all right. Oh, what happened? Oh, it's weird. So, yeah, she has 6 kids, man. And she works at McDonald's, making fucking $20 an hour, whatever it is. I mean, what's going on? I mean, that's so sad. But she couldn't have been that bad of a woman. Right? Maybe she was. I mean, how bad could she have been? I don't know. Sad. 6, those are kids, man. They're toddlers. It's like 3 toddlers. Man. I wonder why she had so many kids. That's crazy.
On the floor. I think that just goes to the emotional weight of this evidence, but how much impact this is going to have on the legal case, too. I mean, it's not every day that you have footage of a crime either about to be committed or being committed.
Wild Dog, what about Summer Wells? What's new with Summer Wells, Wild Dog?
You're so right. We rarely catch the moment, right? We oftentimes see situations where people are going into the scene of a crime or leaving the scene of a crime. But here you actually see the crime. So seeing your relative actually killed, I mean, those images will just never leave. They will haunt the.
They served a search warrant? A search warrant for where? And why? A year later? 2 years later? I mean, what are you going to look for now? I thought they already did all that shit. Search warrants and I don't know. What are they search warrants? At home? I don't know what they expect to find now.
They'll haunt the victim's family. And I'm going to give you one more. It's going to haunt jurors. You try to pick a jury in a case like this, they're going to say, you're going to tell them, you're not just going to hear about the murder. You're not just going to hear about the aftermath of it or what led up to it, but we're going to show it to you. You're going to actually see a murder. We watch things like this on television, in movies, but we know they're simulated. We know that they're acted out and they're meant to look real, but this is the real thing. You're going to watch somebody die in real time.
What was the new tip, Wild Dog? Do you know what the new tip was? And I think it's a little bit too late for a search warrant, because if they need to search anything, they could have got rid of it over the past 3 years.
Yeah.
Now, talk about things that are being played.
I mean, my stomach is turning just thinking about that, Jesse, as I'm just sitting here thinking about how that would feel to watch that.
It's awful. It's awful. And it's also awful to be thinking about, you know, looking at how terrifying that scene was. I mean, if the allegations are true, somebody in a mask carrying a knife, it's hard to grasp. Now, talk about the things that are being played in court. How could I not mention Afeni Muhammad's interview with police? Okay, now let me lay it out here a little bit. After being read her rights, she apparently signs a waiver of those rights, and she seems to appear to speak voluntarily with detectives. And this is when she gets into a lot. So first she talks about how she apparently felt bullied by Harris, who made her clock out of work. She also accused her of making racist statements to her.
Did she make you clock out or nothing? Yes. How many times? Once? It happened. It's the third time this week. Third time this week? Yeah. And can you tell me why do you think she's doing that? I think she's doing that because I had spoke up to her. Has this lady, has she been bullying you for a while, or is this just a 1 or 2 or 3 times? She's been bullying me for a while. Does she do that to other employees? She has been bullying. It was one of the girls she recently stopped messing with. Because now I guess I turned out to be what she wanted to bully, but she has been bullying for a very long time. She played her little gangster music, and she don't like how I play gospel music. She does next door me. Because I'm not like her, and she's like, she always saying comments like, I thought you all supposed to look out for each other, saying, can't cover it, and she would say things for like.
Pause that for a second, Rich.
Yeah.
If she was so miserable working there, she could have quit.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course you could have quit, but
there's other McDonald's.
She liked her job.
There's other McDonald's she could have worked for, and there's other places she could have worked for.
I don't know, man. She didn't want to leave, or that never crossed her mind, quitting and then going to another office or maybe you could request to be transferred someplace else. I don't know, but I don't know, to be honest with you. Well, how that would
because McDonald's is considered a franchise.
Yeah, but in that area, there probably aren't that many McDonald's. I don't know. Maybe there weren't any close by for her to drive to. I don't know. You know.
The day for yesterday, she talked about me to one of the other coworkers.
And then she arguably confesses.
Wild Dog, I'll look into that video with regards to Summer Wells. I know our friend, what's his name? The Ash, what's the fucking name?
The Lab?
The Lab, yeah. I know the Lab had a video today with what's his name on his channel. So maybe we'll take a look at his channel today or tomorrow and see what they were talking about and see what's new, right? They do search warrants still because they are still trying to find her. I don't know what the tip was. Yeah, what was the tip? And more importantly, who gave the tip? That's what's important. Who gave the tip? Where did the tip come from? An email?
Did you want to kill her?
Now, if you couldn't hear that when asked, did you want to kill her? She appears to say,
did.
I did.
Yeah.
And you know what else is wild?
What?
In the interview,
What?
she appears to demonstrate on the detective how she allegedly stabbed Harris multiple times.
Wow.
The neck area, the chest. It is, to say it's chilling is an understatement, okay? To say it's chilling is an understatement. And when asked, how did she feel after stabbing Harris?
What about now? Do you feel any more? Do you feel bad about it? Like remorseful that you did it, or you feel relieved? I feel relieved that you did it.
I feel better.
Feel better?
Yeah, but I'm not a cold person. That's why I sound crazy to understand it. I'm here honest.
Neil,
wow.
My gosh, we talk about how police interviews with defendants can be really bad for a criminal defendant. Does it get worse?
She's sick.
No.
She's a crazy woman.
This is a Hiroshima or a Nagasaki on the scale of awful, dangerous, horrible, consequential interviews. Look, she's painted herself in. The danger with social media is that people talk about their feelings. They're so open and share their feelings, and they allow themselves to be so raw in the present moment, where she said, I'm going to do this, and this woman is my target. And then she goes and does it. And then afterwards, she's caught by the police, and she says, this is what I did. I mean, besides herself, Jesse, besides taking a red ribbon and putting it on her and saying, here, prosecutor state, I've gifted myself as a defendant to you. I mean, she's essentially wrapped herself in a bow as someone who was guilty.
Now, I'm going to get into a little bit what her defense attorney said during the preliminary hearing, okay? We'll talk about it, see if it was effective, maybe gives a glimpse of where they're going to be going, talk about it. But let me just say, Macomb County Assistant Prosecutor Kumar Palepu, this is what he said in court as we're trying to summarize what the main theory is of the prosecution based on, you look at the police interview. Quote, there was no argument, there was no talking. When she was interviewed, she admitted that when she went in there to confront her, to kill her, that she intended to kill Jennifer Harris. And when she did this, it wasn't in a manic state. It wasn't some emotional outburst. She came in calmly to do all these things. She was prepared. Again, I'm going to get into what the defense is in a minute. But Neil, he's basically saying, listen, there's no mental health defense. There's no emotional outburst defense here, right?
Yes. He's saying that this fits the classic definition of premeditated, deliberative, and deliberated murder. That she had a motive, she thought about it, she went into went into her place of work or with a mask, so she had the time to actually deliberate and attempt to intentionally conceal her identity. And that she went inside very calmly, sought out her target, and she ended up attacking her target, the very person she mentioned in the video, and that there was no sign of any sort of, she wasn't thinking that this person was a religious figure, hallucinations or historical figures weren't speaking to her, there weren't voices in her head. She was acting out the plan that she announced on her Instagram. And then as she acted it out, she deliberated over it and premeditated about it and then fulfilled it. I mean, he's making out a case for classic first-degree murder.
And if there was a question about identification, after all this, put that to the side, we got to talk about witness testimony. That was very crucial during this preliminary hearing as well, because you had a witness testify, Deborah McMillan, who was apparently there during the alleged attack. She testified that Muhammad was angry, that she was yelling at Harris for clocking her out, reportedly because Muhammad had failed to do her job. There were allegations of her playing on her phone, being late. You also had a former McDonald's employee who testified about what Muhammad told Harris. Quote, she seemed very irritated, and she started off by saying, quote, so you clocked me out without telling me? You reap what you sow. You better watch your back. I'll be back. You had a truck driver testify, claim that as he was unloading a delivery, Muhammad returns back to the restaurant and says, quote, hi, I work here, and then pulls something out of her bag. And by the way, back to McMillan, she didn't witness the alleged stabbing herself, but testified that she saw someone running by wearing a, quote, Friday the 13th mask, saw Muhammad with a knife, then got to the front of the restaurant and sees Harris lying on the floor bleeding out, and even tried to save her life, by the way, by pressing towels on the stab wounds. And this was really heartbreaking. Apparently, according to her, Harris said to her as she's bleeding out, "Deb, please don't let me die." Now, Neil, while ID may not be a big issue in this case, it is interesting to hear these different descriptions. And you had a coworker, Neil, who testified that she knew it was Muhammad because not only did she recognize the work uniform underneath this zip-up hoodie that the assailant was apparently wearing, but she looked at the assailant's nails as she was holding the knife, and that the nails looked like the McDonald's McFlurry cups, you know, with the red and yellow McDonald's logo on them. And she noticed earlier that morning that Muhammad was wearing those themed nails and complimented her on it. So you have all of these witnesses who are helping with the identification, Neil.
You have direct evidence of identification, which is eyewitnesses directly identifying her as the person. You have circumstantial evidence, both before, during, and after, of individuals who are going to identify pieces or things or connect dots that lead back to her as the person who's responsible. And juries are told that identification is always an issue. The state always has to prove identification, but that evidence takes two forms: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. In this case, the state has both. If the defense attempts to make this case about identification, this will be a travesty compounded on top of the tragedy. There's no way that anybody could rationally, competently, or reasonably argue that she wasn't the one who did the stabbing. It's not reasonable. It's not feasible. There's way too much evidence.
Now, I want to play something here from her defense attorney, Joshua Jones. And he seemed to suggest, as for why the prosecution didn't meet its burden to bind the defendant over for trial, so basically saying that during the course of this preliminary hearing, there's not enough evidence, there's not enough probable cause. For count one, first-degree premeditated murder, Jones appears to argue, well, there are certain aspects to this that don't necessarily show that she bought a knife or wore those clothes with the plan to kill. So seemingly trying to distinguish between first and second-degree murder.
But I don't want the court, nor do I want the facts to be insinuated that it was bought for this purpose, for this incident. It's a hooded mask. And again, I'm just identifying some, I don't want to say, clarifying some things on what we heard in facts, because it was very clear that it was some sort of zip-up hood that went over the face. It's not a separate mask that was, bought for this purpose. It was a tire, specifically because we're talking about the difference between, at least for today's purposes, first and second degree. And there's that identification of premeditation or preparation to get you to first degree.
As for count two, carrying a dangerous weapon with unlawful intent, Jones appears to suggest that there's insufficient evidence that the knife was 3 inches or more in length. Now, why does that matter? Because if you look at the statute in the state, it reads, a person shall not, with intent to use the same unlawfully against the person of another, go armed with a knife having a blade over 3 inches in length. So it actually lays it out there. So here's what he says.
The blade length must be over 3 inches. And the only thing that we necessarily had from Ms. McMillan is that it may be between 5 and 6, and she's just referencing the size of the knife. We don't have anything specific to the blade.
Neil, what do you make of those arguments? I mean, they feel like, hey, I'm just doing the best that I can possibly do given the circumstances, but I'm trying to say that the prosecution hasn't met the specific burden with those specific elements. What'd you think of those arguments?
Not much. And I don't have anything against his lawyer. This is, to borrow from a scene from The Wolf of Wall Street,
and how's that?
This is a Grenada.
Cigar.
Which was that this is an unlosable case.
Relaxing.
For the state. It was like an unlosable war when the United States went into Grenada. Why do I say that? Because they can attempt to make an argument that somehow, think about it, why did she wear the mask? Why did she go back? Why did she enter into the back door as opposed to into the front door? Why did she have to identify for a truck driver that was dropping off materials Why did she have to identify herself as an employee? Because she felt awkward entering with the mask. You don't show up for work in a mask. You don't show up for work and go through the back door and to justify to someone why you're there. The only reason you do it is because it looks awkward and odd, and you want to be able to get past that person without them stopping you. I don't put much stock in the lawyer is doing the very best he can with the facts that he's given. If her argument is, and if the lawyer's argument on her behalf is, well, she went back to confront the victim and didn't have any malevolent or harmful intent. And then during that conversation, she rose to the heat of the moment. It just overcame her, and she ended up losing control of her emotions uncontrollably. That would be their argument, that this was second degree and not first, right? Their argument would be, but the facts undercut that. The Instagram, the post, for going there, the mask. I don't care whether the knife was 3 inches, 3 feet, or whether it was a quarter of an inch. The fact of the matter is that you can be accused of a variety of different crimes in Michigan for carrying a weapon, even if you don't have the intent to use it unlawfully against another. You could still be prosecuted for carrying a concealed weapon, or even if that charge fell, that is not a dispositive. It doesn't provide much of a victory for the state. It's like winning. It's like scoring a touchdown in the last minute of a game when you've already lost. You're behind 99-0. Doesn't do very much. The reality is that even if that one count were to be dismissed, she still brought a weapon and used it against another at work. So I don't put much stock in those arguments. I think the lawyer's trying. He's trying to do the best he can with a very, very, very bad set of facts and a very bad hand.
And look, this is maybe a glimpse of what they may try to argue. Because look, when it comes to second-degree murder in Michigan, it's all other kinds of murder, and they're really looking at what the punishment should be. Because yes, it could be for second-degree murder punishable by life in prison, but it also
40
says
years of life,
or any terms of years in the discretion of the court trying the same. So there's more room here for a lesser punishment. That's why they're trying to go for second degree here, or at least try to entertain that idea. But, oh, by the way, real quick, the testimony of this witness I thought was really interesting. The truck driver, this customer at the drive-thru who reportedly took out a gun, chased the assailant, allegedly Muhammad, even testified that the hoodie came down as he was chasing her, showed her face, anyway, catches up to her, holds her at gunpoint, and she allegedly says, "That's crazy. I have a little brother to live for." And according to him, she said, "They kept bullying me." Neil, another important witness that I didn't even mention before.
They kept bullying me.
I mean, I don't know how many.
They kept bullying me.
I don't know how many nails in the coffin we can identify, but there are 15, 20. Each of these is a dispositive piece of evidence against the defendant. Look, we defense lawyers are sometimes given a very bad set of facts. And our job, whether we like it or not, whether we like the facts of the case or not, is to try to defend the accused as best we can. Yeah. We come up with arguments that we think at least will test the state's case. And so I don't find much of the evidence that we've discussed so far, Jesse, to be very favorable to the defendant. They may try to pick at little things here, and I hate to just sort of to dump on her, but this is a terrible case to have to defend. I do not envy her lawyer in any respect.
But let's talk about what happened. So Chief Judge, the Honorable Kathleen G. Galen,
He's guilty. What she did.
So what can you determine in terms of probable cause? Is there
not? You take a plea deal.
First, when it comes to first-degree premeditated murder, she said the victim was found on the floor in a large pool of blood, multiple stab wounds. A homicide occurred by criminal agency. You have a witness, a manager who heard commotion, found Harris on the floor bleeding, that there was intent, there was premeditation, that Muhammad said in an interview that she left, became angry, that her boss had clocked her out. She went to a park, she prayed, she thought about how she was wrong. She admitted that she possessed this long chef's knife. The knife was clearly over 3 inches. And the judge says the evidence has shown that she wanted Harris dead. Quote, "I felt like I wanted her dead." And that in the interview, Muhammad, while demonstrating how the stabbing occurred, she has these nails, which again, this form of identification, and this all demonstrates a cool reflection. She returns back to the McDonald's. She knowingly carries out a plan, wears a hoodie mask. As a witness had said, it's kind of like a Jason mask, another said a ski mask, and that there is more than sufficient evidence that Afeni Muhammad, the defendant, killed the victim, Jennifer Harris, with premeditation. So the people met their burden. That count is moving forward. Count 2, carrying a dangerous weapon with unlawful intent. The judge says the defendant possessed a long chef's knife, admitted that she brought the knife for purposes of stabbing the victim, stabbed the victim with the weapon, and found that there was probable cause that the defendant carried a dangerous weapon with the intent to use unlawfully against another person. The people met their burden there. So in other words, for both counts, they're binding over to circuit court for further proceedings in front of a different judge. Neil, talk to me about that. It's a lower bar there. It's not surprising the judge ruled this way, right?
It's not. The Michigan's preliminary examination hearing is really the requirement that there be probable cause established to support a charge. It's the lowest burden that we have. It's nowhere near beyond a reasonable doubt. It's nowhere near clear and convincing evidence. It's nowhere near even a preponderance of the evidence. They don't have to show that it's more likely than not that she is guilty of these crimes. All they have to do is show that there's some evidence for which to reason to believe that she's guilty of these two offenses. So it's a very low burden. But I think what the prosecution did during the hearing was lay out very much, kind of gave us a preview of what the facts of the case are going to look like. And you could imagine, and there are some cases that we've seen where a prosecutor lays out their case in district court, attempts to even to meet this low burden, and they barely get over the hump. It's very just narrowly make it over. And we begin to sort of envision what's the trial going to look like, because we can't see how it's going to be much better than this. This, though, is a case that not only did it clear the burden, clear that low burden, but we look and think, okay, if this were the only evidence the state introduced at a trial, would this be a compelling case that she premeditated, in other words, thought about, that she thought about, even for more than a second, that she thought about what she was going to do, and that she deliberated over it, that she had some time to reflect and think about it. And so the answer is, even if this was the state's case, I think that they would have even if the burden was just met in district court, this would still likely be a very compelling case at a trial beyond a reasonable doubt.
So now it goes to Macomb County Circuit Court. There is an arraignment scheduled for December. We will see if this heads towards trial. There's obviously going to be motions that are made beforehand, but this is, by all accounts, proceeding to the next stage. Just a very disturbing, sad case. Neil Rockheim, thank you so much for taking the time. Good to see you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. You can follow me on X or Instagram. I'm Jesse Weber.
I mean, what case? I mean, he's guilty, man.
Big 25 years.
Look at what did you say?
Ask for a plea deal.
Deal?
There's an investigation conducted by the.
I gotta watch that video, but I'm gonna watch. All right, so that's that case. So let's see what's next. Where's the next case I wanted to watch? Oh yeah, Summer Wells. Asking about Summer Wells. What's going on with Summer Wells? Let me watch this video here. We found a couple of videos for Summer Wells. Where is that other one? This one? Yeah, this one. Summer Wells, guys. Summer Wells. Let me see. This is it. This video here. Sorry.
Bureau of Investigation tells us TBI and FBI has searched an area this past week in the continued search for Summer Wells. It's our breaking news tonight.
It's been more than 4 years since Summer Wells was last seen. The then 5-year-old was reported missing from her home in the Beach Creek community in Hawkins County.
There's been no sign of the little girl since, and law enforcement from several agencies have worked countless tips over the years. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniels spoke with TBI, who says the case is far from cold. Ansley?
Yeah, Sarah and Casey, there have been more questions than answers since Summer Wells disappeared from her home in Hawkins County on June 15th of 2021.
I agree, Sean.
But today, the TBI confirmed that their agents, along with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office and the FBI, continue to investigate what happened to Summer. They say that last week, on November 13th, their agents, along with detectives, were at a location in the 3500 block of Van Hill Road in Greenville, following up on a lead in the case. That's about 9.5 miles from the Wells family home on Ben Hill Road via State Route 347. Now, we followed up with the TBI asking if they could provide details about the nature of the tip, if anything substantiated from it, and how long it had been since their agents followed up on a lead like this in the field. The spokesperson couldn't tell us those details, but said that agents follow up on leads as they come in, and the investigation remains active and ongoing. Now, this is the first update outside of law enforcement sharing age-progressed photos and ensuring the case is not cold and that they haven't forgotten about Summer. We also reached out to the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, Ronnie Lawson, and have yet to hear back from him or his office. It's important to note, though, that there is still an active Amber Alert for Summer, and no one has been arrested or charged in connection to her disappearance.
That's it?
I think that's it, yeah.
Oh my god. Oh man, what is this thing? Video? Is it another related video? It's not. What the fuck? More than 4 years after Summer Wells reported missing from her home.
I hope they find her one day.
TBI confirmed the case is far from cold. A TBI spokesperson said, along with Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, to continue the investigation of what happened on Summer. On the Thursday, November 13th, the TBI and detectives were at a location in the 3500 block of Van Hill Road in Greenville, following up on a lead. In Greenville. That's the area about 9.5 miles from the Wells family home on Ben Hill Road via State Route 347. News Channel 11 followed up with the TBI asking the agency to provide details about the nature of the tip, if anything has been substantiated from it, and how long it's been since agents followed up on a similar sort of lead in the field. TBI released a new photo age process picture of Summer Wells. Could not release any further details, but the agents continue to follow up on the leads as they come in. So they're saying that she looked like two. It look like this now. Where's her picture? Oh my God! Wow.
I don't see no picture.
Oh fuck! I forgot every time I share a fucking thing, I gotta open up the new. There you go. That's crazy.
Oh,
what a difference.
That is the difference.
She would look like that in 2025 if she's alive now.
And 9?
I wonder if she's alive. I just wonder if she's alive. Oh, that's sad.
Music artist to represent what Summer could look like in the present day. You can see an actual photo of Wells in 2021, the last age-progressed photo that was created in 2023, and the one that's updated from today. Summer has been missing since June of 2021. She was 5 years old when she was reported missing.
Wow. Crazy. Oh well. Summer Wells, rest in peace.
Carter County Sheriff's
If you're alive, enjoy your life. 3500 block of Van Hill Road. I want to see what that looks like. Google Earth. Google Earth. Let me see. Let me find it. Paste. Let me see. Womp 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 womp. Oh, that's the area where they're searching. 3500 Van Hill Road in Greenville, Tennessee. Her house is not too far from here. Where's her house at? That area is about 9.5 miles. Yeah, 9.5 miles from where the Wells family home on Ben Hill Road. Curious. Ben Hill Road. How do I add place mark? Oh wait, no. Wait. Wait, where was it? Fuck. I lost my spot. Yeah, here, alright. Ben Hill Road. I don't know, it's on this spot. Anyway, let me see, pace. How far is that? Oh, so it's that way, okay. So that's where they live. Around here. The house over here. The project. Do I have this Summer Wells saved? I think Summer Wells was this one of my first cases? I don't remember.
Yeah, because it happened after Gabby.
I got the 11-year-old Madalena, Idaho murder mystery, Idaho quadruple murders, Alex Murphy. I don't see. For some reason, I don't see why I don't have her name saved in my one of the other videos, or the other the past searches I did. I know it should be, but I don't see it here. I have a few untitled stuff here, but I don't have the one that I was looking for. Yeah, unfortunately, that sucks. All right. So I was to see where their home is here. Where was that other one I did? Now I won't go back to the other one I was just at. That sucks. I wish they could go back to the other one I was just at. But I don't see their house here though. Where is their house? Big Creek. They told me that's where their house is around here. I thought we usually see it with ease. Their house. It's like on a hill, right?
I think so, yeah.
Let me see something. We're at where's the other address? 3500 block in Greenville. Let me see the Greenville. What's this ad? That's far. That's far. I literally came from over here somewhere. We should get saved the project. I don't have a project saved for this. Wells? And then, how do I add another? Can I add the other address now? Where's the other address? Let me see. Ben Hill Road. Well, I don't have the exact address. But it's on Ben Hill Road. I'm feeling lucky. Wait, where's it going? It went to a totally different country.
Wow.
It went to Romania. What the fuck? Why the fuck would it go to Romania?
I guess it's a Bell Hill Road in Romania.
Oh my god. Alright. Alright, so that's the house here. Now, will it show the other thing I just did? The marker I made for the other? Save the project. I'm gonna save the project. And then save to... Which project? How do I save to project? Save to... Wells. Oh. Let me see something done. That's that. What is this? That's the Wells home. All right, well, that's the Wells home. Now, where's the other one? Where's the other address I had? Fuck. Can I go? No, it won't let me go back. Ugh, it won't let me go back. Oh my god. Where's the other place? Here. 3500 block in Greenville. No, if I add, can I add my map? Add data layer? Add tile overlay? Data layer, I think. No. No, close that. Pause. Add tile overlay? No. Create new folder. Add slide. How the fuck do I add another fucking address? 3500, this one, yeah. Let's see if it goes to 3500. Yeah, now it goes there. New police. Activity. Let me see what that means. All right, so do I have it? No. Do I have both? No, now I have both. Yeah, now I have both. So from here, first place to this place, it's about kilometers. What is kilometers? I don't want kilometers. I don't want kilometers. Why gotta be kilometers?
About 9 miles.
What?
It's 9 miles away, right?
That's what they said, but you know, where is the No, I lost the thing again. 3500. Over here. So 12.5 kilometers is what? Let me put in miles. Let me put miles there. So 8 miles approximately. 8 miles. Yeah. What did they say? What miles did they say?
Almost 8.3 miles.
That's what they said?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 9.5 miles.
9.5.
Yeah, so I got 8 miles. But they're not giving me exact location of where. It said 9500 block is where they're searching today.
Oh. I hope she is alive. But people like that go missing, and when they're alive, they don't get found till they in their 20s.
Yeah. Yeah, true. True that. All right, I don't know. This is where the house was. Where is their house? I wonder where their house is. Is that it? No, that's a different house. Where is their house? Wouldn't their house be right here?
I don't see nothing.
Oh fuck! Oh, that's why I hate sharing my screen like this. It doesn't automatically go to where I'm showing. Like I'm on the map here. Sorry guys, I was on the map here, and this is the map where they live around here. They said in this area, at that address, and this is where the police activity is all the way down here, 3500 Van Hill Road. So I wonder what they were searching for today, or whenever they were looking for it. I wonder what information did they get? Like what I'm saying? Like, do we know what information? Does anybody know what information they got? Wild Dog. What information did they get, Wild Dog? I mean, I don't have time to. Maybe we could watch his video tomorrow, what he posted with what's his name today?
Dr.
What's the other investigator? The other investigator, what's his name?
I forgot his name.
The other fucking investigator. I forgot his name.
Are they looking at soil samples?
Soil samples? Come on. What's soil samples? 5 years later, soil samples? Really? 5 years later.
They're trying to see if the soil is disturbed.
You're right. I mean, what do you mean disturbed? I don't get it. Disturbed? What is Summerwell's over there? 110 Ben Hill Road. All right, that's what it is. All right. So I'm going to search for 110 Ben Hill Road. Let's go back to the map. Let's add 110 Ben Hill Road. Oh, so it's over
right there.
Wait, where? Okay. 110 Ben Hill Road. Let's see, 110. Oh, fuck. $110. Here. I had it wrong. What? Over here? That's totally in the wrong area. The address they had here on his website I'm looking at it right now, and I don't want to keep switching back and forth. It
How
said
many
here,
miles is that?
it said that the let me see. In her home in Beach Creek community. Directors were located at the 31 block. I don't know, man. Yeah, the Wells family home, Ben Hill Road via State Route 3047. I don't know. Ben Hill via Route 647. When I did that, I got this over there. What the fuck is over here? There's nothing there. That's totally wrong. It's over here. This marker from here. Oh, I just fucked up. Fuck, where was it? Was that it right here? This is it right here, I think. Yeah, 110. Yeah, 8.72 miles. Oh, delete this. Summer's home. All right. So I guess I can delete this one. The other one can be deleted. Because that's the right one right here. Right. Well, this is where
That's still a lot, though. 9 miles.
Yeah, 9 miles. Still a lot, I know. Wait, can I, oh, I can't go up in there. Because, how did I get, that's the house, right? I think that's the house. Yeah,
that's the house.
Let me search for it again. Let me just do a quick search. Yeah, that's it. Look, see? All right. That's the house. If I go to, I would have to go here in the street. But when you go into the street, you can't, you can't see nothing. Right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't go off-road.
They don't show you the house.
Yeah. They got a lot of that's privacy right there, man. Let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Look at that privacy they got. That's insane privacy. You know?
A lot of trees.
Yeah, it's right up there. Look at that. Look at the camper. Look at the RVs out here.
Mm.
And their houses are up the hill. Look, if I pan out. Boom. What's that hill? Wow. All right. Anyway, it is what it is. I don't know if they go over here to the 3500 area, Van Hill Road. I don't know where exactly in they're searching over here, but they're searching someplace over here, and I don't know.
It'll take them a while to search.
Unless they know exactly where they're going. That's a weird. Yo, fucking living over here is crazy. There's so many weird things going on the land over here. Whose land is that? Look at a mailbox. Got the American flag over here. Some of those. Oh, look at that Paradise Hollow. Is it the house right there? It's someone's house. I think, let me see. That's a big house. There's a lot of stuff going on over here. You know, the Lord knows how many people. You know how many people die? I wonder how many people die. Just die. It's crazy. I don't know. All right, guys. Anything else? Wild Dog. Anything else I can search for, or I gotta wait until another day? I think the cops were at the house. Apparently, the cops were at the house. Cakesville. When? Yeah, I'm sure they were at the house many times. I agree. All right, well, we'll go back to this another day. I mean, if there's more information, we'll come back here. You know, I don't see any more information coming out. I want to watch this video in regards to this girl. My last video, guys, of the night. One more video with Nancy Grace. Girls and guys. One more video with Nancy Grace and Koberger protest. Koberger contesting plea deal. Can case go? Oh, I won't have to watch that tomorrow. There's so many things happening. All right, I took a couple of days off this week, so that's why. I kind of like this guy too. I don't know if I should watch this guy or the other guy. Let me see. You guys want to watch Nancy Grace again, or you want to watch the guy from Court TV?
It doesn't really matter to me.
What?
I said it doesn't really matter to me. I like either one though.
Yeah. Let me see what this one. Let's feel this guy out, and if not, we'll go back to Nancy Grace. Let me see.
The haunting murder of Holly Bobo still echoes across Tennessee's wooded back roads years after the 20-year-old nursing student vanished from her family's driveway at dawn. Her remains were found in a remote forest, and a jury...
I didn't notice that Juicy J left. Juicy J, where'd you go? You fell asleep?
Later convicted a man they believe brutally kidnapped, raped, and murdered her. But now that convicted killer is back in court, arguing he deserves a new trial, claiming the evidence was flawed, the witnesses unreliable, and justice never truly served.
Is that a different case?
For Holly's family, the reopening of old wounds feels like another nightmare.
This is a different case you're talking about? No, I'm confused.
They never asked to relive. Will the system overturn the verdict or finally end the case for good? Tonight, the latest from today's big hearing. Meanwhile, the disappearance of 9-year-old Melody Buzzard has become a race against time.
Yeah, that's a different case, all right.
Her mother, Ashley Buzzard, took her on a 3-day road trip halfway across the country, but Melody never came home. And Ashley is saying nothing about where her daughter is. And now she was back in court, charged with falsely imprisoning a man she has known for years and threatening him with a box cutter. What's going on with Ashley, and where is Melody? Tonight, we look for answers. But first,
another one. There's 3 different people they'll be talking about in their video. That's 45 minutes long, so I guess that makes it shorter for us.
Fatal mystery aboard a Carnival cruise ship is unfolding in Florida. Anna Kepner, an 18-year-old high school senior from Titusville, was found dead aboard the Carnival Horizon on November 8th, 2025. Family and classmates remember her as a straight-A student, cheerleader, and gymnast who had recently completed military entrance testing and planned to enlist after graduation. Tonight, shocking reports about what happened to Anna and who may be responsible. Is the FBI close to filing charges? Tonight, the latest in this cruise ship mystery.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. Great to have you with us. Let's begin with the story of Anna Kepner. Only one way to describe her, an amazing young woman. That's who she was. And you know, you always say, all right, someone is murdered or died, and you say nice things about them, and sometimes you exaggerate a little bit. That's not the case here. You're talking about any parent who's raising a child. This is how you'd want your child to turn out, right? Straight A student, popular in school, someone who was very charitable, and not just like with giving things, but giving her time and helping people who were less fortunate than she was, or helping people who maybe are sort of like outcasts at school, and having an incredible personality, an incredible outlook at life. And then her plans for the future, which were to enlist and serve her country. That's who we lost. I want to make that clear off of the top. Now, the other part of this story that strikes me is how
Niyun, honey, how you doing, Niyun?
Absolutely devastating this is for this family. And we're going to learn a little bit more about this family and the suspect in all of this. But just the fact that where we are, we're right before Thanksgiving. A family is going on a family vacation. Yeah. And there's one less family member coming home.
Why?
Someone who, it appears,
fuck?
Was killed aboard this cruise ship.
How?
In a vacation that should be a time for a family to get
possible?
together, to enjoy each other's company.
Crazy, man.
It should be a time for fun. She's a senior in high school.
Exactly.
And now you've got the holiday season coming up.
Yeah.
And all of this is happening. This is, I don't know how a family recovers from this, to be honest with you. Hopefully they can, but I don't know if they can. Let's talk about the case.
Crazy.
This is an easy one to solve. This is easy to solve. You have a very confined crime scene area, right? First, you start, it's just the ship, you're out at sea, right? So it's someone on the ship, if in fact this is a homicide, right?
God, that's crazy.
And then within her cabin. And then on a cruise ship, there are cameras everywhere, tracking every movement. So if someone is following you, or someone is walking down the hallway, or someone comes, it's all going to be captured
Where is it?
on video.
Where are the videos? Where are the videos?
And there are reports tonight that that's exactly what happened in this case.
All right. Easy case.
That there is some video of her with someone,
case then, right?
perhaps the suspect in this case,
It
just
is.
prior
You know
to
who
what
did it.
happened. The other thing about
They
this
don't know. I
case,
don't think they
because
do.
it's out in the water.
They do.
They do?
Yeah, they took off from Florida. They're
Yeah.
returning to Florida. But
I
they're
know
in the
who did
water.
it. I'm just not
This
gonna
is a
spoil
federal
it.
case. And that changes a lot of the legal dynamics here as well, and we'll talk about that this hour. So we've got a lot to get to in the story, but let's bring...
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna pause it for a second. Be right back.
All right, I'll talk to everybody here. How's everybody doing? Hi, Niyun, honey. Yeah, he went to get water and use the bathroom. Oh, that's cool. You live in New York?
All right, thank you guys. Sorry, I'm back. Let's go. Watch this.
Bringing Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas, who's been following the story, digging into the details. Let's start with the latest. What is the latest in the case and in this investigation?
Well, Vinny, the latest, we've obtained a court document that was filed Monday in relation to Anna Kepner's stepmother, a woman named Chantel Hudson, who was also on that cruise. Now, this court document has to do with one of Hudson's previous marriages. It's a child custody court document, but this document's requesting a delay in a child custody hearing because now one of Chantel Hudson's minor children, may face criminal charges in Anna Kepner's death. Now, this document says, quote, an extremely sensitive and severe circumstance has arisen wherein the respondent/mother will not be able to testify at the hearing at this time. Currently, there is an investigation being conducted by the FBI arising out of the sudden death of 18-year-old Anna Kepner, who was found deceased on November 9th, 2025 on a Carnival cruise. Miss Anna Kepner, the deceased, is the daughter of the respondent's paramour, and the respondent and the minor children of this instant action were all on the cruise ship together. The respondent has been advised through discussions with FBI investigators and her attorneys that a criminal case may be initiated against one of the minor children of this instant action. Any testimony the respondent may give, either written or oral, could be prejudicial to her or her adolescent child in this pending criminal investigation. Therefore, the respondent cannot be compelled to testify. Now, Vinny, the document mentions Anna Kepner's death was on November 9th, but we just want to point out in a graphic on the screen that according to the medical examiner's report, her death was actually at 11:17 a.m. on November 7th. And that medical examiner's report has not released the cause and manner just yet. That is still pending. But this current document here dealing with this child custody matter does confirm that Chantel and her minor children were on the ship. She's requesting this delay to avoid self-incrimination under due process, of course. And Vinny, actually another court filing relating to Hudson's previous marriage filed Tuesday, just yesterday, identifies her teenage son labeled TH as a suspect in Kepner's death. And actually, according to a new document that we just got into our newsroom in the last couple minutes, it confirms that TH is in fact 16 years old. So that's a bit of new information there. 16-year-old suspect TH, one of Chantel's minor children. And also NBC reports that TH is currently living with a relative to protect the safety of his younger sister and another one of Kepner's siblings. Now, Vinny, according to Anna's obituary,
yeah, you're right, Jenny. Nowhere is safe. It seems like anywhere you go, something can happen to you anywhere you go.
Even in your own home.
In your own home?
Yeah, because somebody could break in.
Oh, what do you mean? Yeah, yes, you gotta be careful, man. It's scary. It's really scary.
Just
he
lock
had
your doors
7 siblings, and we know this is a
answer.
very blended family, and we aren't entirely clear on which siblings are step siblings, full blood siblings, or half siblings. But here's the breakdown of that family tree as we've understood it. So we start off, Christopher Kepner and Heather Wright. They had a daughter. That daughter was Anna Kepner. Christopher later married Tabitha Kepner. They had 2 children. Those are Anna's half-siblings. Then, Christopher married Chantel Hudson. Chantel was previously married to a man named Thomas Hudson. Now, we don't know how many children they had, but we know that Chantel moved to Titusville with the youngest 2 children, and those 2 children of Thomas and Chantel are Anna's step-siblings. So, Vinny, that's the breakdown of the family as we understand it, but again, very blended here.
Yeah, and this whole case is about family. Let's go to the crime scene now. What do we know about where and how Anna was found?
Well, Vinny, how she was found is like something out of a movie, and this information is according to the Daily Mail here. They say, quote, the body of a high school cheerleader found dead on board a Carnival cruise ship was found wrapped in a blanket and stuffed under a bed, the Daily Mail can exclusively reveal. Sources have now told the Daily Mail.
Wait, wrapped under a, what? The body of a high school cheerleader was found dead on board a Carnival cruise ship, was found wrapped in a blanket and stuffed under a bed. Why though? I don't understand.
Mail that Anna complained of feeling unwell on the evening of November 6th while she was eating dinner, and she headed back to her cabin. When her dad, Christopher Kepner, who's 41 years of age, and stepmom Chantel Hudson gathered the family for breakfast the next day, there was no sign of the bubbly, popular teenager from Titusville, Florida. They began searching the $800 million Panama registered ship, but it was eventually a maid who stumbled across Anna's body when she entered the cabin to service it around 11 a.m. on November 7th.
Wow.
2 sources who spoke with the Daily Mail under condition of anonymity say the pretty youngster was found wrapped in a blanket covered with life jackets and stuffed under a bed. Vinny, almost discarded as if she just meant nothing to anyone.
Hey, but who? I wonder, what did they say? What room she was in? Like what room? Was she in somebody's room or no? Like what room was she in? I'm curious.
Yeah. It seems that that scene would lend itself perhaps to some physical evidence in this case, DNA, etc.
What is it? 4 people have been disposed. Wait, 4 people what? 4 people have been hospitalized following a shooting during an annual tree lighting ceremony in Concord, North Carolina, Friday night. Oh my God, that's sad, Jenny. Thank you for that. Thank you for that update. I'll check it out. Wow.
Is and the funeral coming up soon?
Yeah, Vinny, this week. Actually, tomorrow on November 20th. Now, again, you mentioned earlier, we're talking.
That happens often in Case Boo. People get murdered on cruise ships. Really?
About a girl who was a varsity cheerleader. She had her boating license before she got her driver's license, a certified scuba diver. She had plans to join the Navy. We're talking about a real go-getter here. Her family says they want this to be more so a celebration of life. They want it to be very casual, and they want people to not wear black as, you know, people are traditionally wearing at funerals, but to wear bright colors because that's what Anna would have wanted. And according to her family in her obituary, Vinny, they say, quote, "How can we possibly capture every bit of beauty that was Anna Marie Kepner? Our Anna Banana, our sunshine, our baby girl. At just 18 years old, she filled the world with laughter, love, and light that reached everyone around her. Anna was pure energy, bubbly, funny, outgoing, and completely herself. She never had a filter, and that was part of her charm. In true Anna fashion, the family would like everyone to know there is no GoFundMe. In lieu of flowers for the service, friends are encouraged to leave flowers on Anna's car at Temple Christian School. Donations may be made to the family through North Brevard Funeral Home, who has been entrusted with arrangements. The Kepner family asked for privacy and respect during this difficult time and for everyone to remember Anna with laughter, color, sunshine, and love, because that's exactly how she lived her life." And Vinny, that gets us to this picture, as it mentioned, of her car at her high school. We see
that's her car.
The clear outpour of love for this young woman, all the flowers covering up, just as the family asked, just a little bit of remembrance for her classmates, those people at her school, and the people in her community. And of course, Vinny, Carnival Cruise has given a statement as well. You know, we want to hear from them, just what they had to say on the matter. They say, quote, "Carnival Cruise Line is fully cooperating with the Miami office of the FBI in the investigation of the death of a guest traveling on Carnival Horizon last week. The ship returned to the port of Miami as planned on Saturday morning, November 8th, and the FBI has advised that there is no related threat to safety aboard as it sails its current voyage. Beyond that, since this is an ongoing matter under the jurisdiction of law enforcement, all media inquiries need to be directed to the FBI's Miami Public Affairs Office. Our focus remains on supporting the family of our guest and cooperating with the FBI, Vinny." So just a very sad story all around here, Vinny. And, you know, we're going to have some new details coming out hopefully soon as far as who's responsible and in what manner this actually happened.
Yeah, all of it's, again, devastating to the community, devastating to the family. Cody Thomas, thanks so much. Let's bring in our think tank. Joining me live in studio, criminal defense attorney, former assistant state attorney in Miami-Dade County, and former assistant DA in Atlanta, Darrell Cohen, along with criminal defense attorney, law professor Meg Strickler, and criminal defense attorney, the man behind the glasses, Josh Schiffer. I'm trying to figure out where to start with this. I want to start here. If the suspect is a 16-year-old stepbrother and son of the stepmom, if he made any admissions to a parent, is that privileged, or are they going to be compelled to give that evidence, that testimony?
Let me start with another young person dead that shouldn't.
What are you doing? What are you writing? Jenny Hamsarians, what are you talking about, Jenny? A 16-year-old who is being eyed for possible involvement in the death of his stepsister on a Carnival cruise ship may be called to testify? Is that the same girl? Why would they testify already? I don't know. What are you guys talking about? I'm confused. A 16-year-old girl who was being eyed for possible involvement in the death of of his stepsister on a Carnival cruise ship may be called to testify.
So a 16-year-old might be involved.
Who? Like, where? From where? Like, where do you get this information from?
This case right now.
Yeah, where do you get that information from? Where you guys
said
get
that
that
right
information
now.
from?
They just saying that right now.
On the here?
Yeah.
He just said that? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that, man. You know what? Because I'm reading all these other fucking. I'm reading everybody's text messages and
They said this 16-year-old might be involved.
Oh, all right. Let me just listen. He's saying that now. Must be on the same one. All right. Thank you. Sorry, I'm like trying to read the problem is I'm trying to read your guys' messages, and when I'm reading your messages, I'm missing certain things they're saying in the video. You know what I'm saying? So I have to like not really read. I don't want to be rude and not read your comments, but I want to read your comments and pay attention to the video. So I'm gonna have to fix that and do something about pausing the video while I'm reading or something like that. I don't know.
Horrible. You can't use words to say how terrible this is. But if he made a revelation, if he made an admission, yes, they're going to find out, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. I think they will use DNA, they will use the cameras that you made mention of, and all of that will lead to the defendant, who may now be a suspect. But if not, this is much greater ramifications.
It'll lead to the suspect, but what exactly, if this happened inside her cabin? There's no cameras in the cabin, so we know he's there. But what exactly happened isn't captured on camera.
Not expected to be captured on camera, but I went to bed last night, there was no snow on the ground. I woke up, there was snow on the ground. An argument we used forever in the DA's office. But she went to her cabin. Cameras probably captured her and him going into her cabin. He walked out of the cabin, she didn't. She was found under the bed, wrapped.
In her own
I'll
room?
just have to bring up the investigation is going to bring us a lot of illumination.
Did this happen in her own room?
Yeah.
Anybody know if it was? Yeah. Brian, you don't know, Brian?
Yeah.
Why don't you answer?
Because they probably shared cabins.
Who shared cabins?
The stepbrother and her. Because they're family.
But what? I don't know. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm going to watch this again.
Specifically, cause of death. Cruises are, man, none of the accommodations are huge.
I want to watch Nancy Grace.
You're packed in there, even in really nice cruises. You're kind of tightly packed. Big, loud noises, fights. People are going to hear that. The idea that she was found under a cruise ship bed, those cruise ship beds are basically meant for storage because the rooms are so small. I don't see whatever the cause of death being something loud and violent, because there wouldn't be any place to hide that. I'm much more thinking drugs or something like that might have led to it. Some almost invisible injury causes the death. But this is stuff that nightmares are fueled by when you're a parent. A teenage daughter, relatives that have been brought into her life, not by her choice.
Yeah,
and
and
that's literally what single parents are terrified. There's some media out there catering to step people that's horrifying.
But you also got to wonder if the 16-year-old, I'm sorry, I'm a daughter. I have 2 teenage daughters, and I always think about roofies and date rapes and these kinds of things. We don't know there was no relation between these two. Is that what that diagram just said?
No.
So they're
Step.
It is step. Okay.
Stepmom's son.
So is there blood between?
There's no blood.
No.
No,
Okay,
it's not
good.
a half. It's not a half
Exactly,
brother.
okay.
It's not a half sibling. It is a step sibling.
So then that could mean that he might have been, had interest in her, and then maybe something happened, and then therefore the advances got discarded,
To me,
and then he
that's-
got angry.
Yeah, to me, that's why trying to figure out exactly what happens. Let me put this up on the screen, because
federal jurisdiction here. Murder, under 18 U.S.C. 1111. Murder is the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought. Every murder perpetrated by lying in wait or any other kind of willful, deliberate, malicious, or premeditated or aggravated sexual abuse, or perpetrated from a premeditated design is murder in the first degree. Within the special maritime and territorial jurisdiction of the United States, whoever is guilty of murder in the first degree shall be punished by death or imprisonment for life. If this is a murder case, it's life. Whoever is guilty of murder in the second degree shall be imprisoned by a term of years or for life, if this falls into the murder.
But remember, federal guidelines or sentencing guidelines. I have a murder case right now that's that case.
First degree?
Yeah, first degree. And so you can also have sentencing guidelines. So you have the life imprisonment, but there's all this magical mumbo jumbo that's the guidelines that can also go to a certain level. Mitigation will happen here. We don't know.
We need to know what happened. We need to know.
Well, how are we going to find out what happened?
There'll
He's
be
not
an
going to talk.
No, but there'll be an autopsy.
How do you
we
know
need to
he
know,
won't talk?
was it a roofie? Was it strangulation? Was it something in the...
Hey, Karen Reed files a lawsuit. We'll look at that tomorrow.
Sexual context.
Yeah, she's
Once
suing.
we find out...
She's suing who? The parents of John
She's
O'Keefe?
suing- No, she's suing Roberts.
Oh.
out the cause of death, we could move much more quickly and find out who it was. And if they know who it was, they'll be able to have the appropriate and necessary evidence to convict him, and I say him.
Well, from the filings that have been made in these other cases, and obviously the family is much closer to the investigation than anything that's been made public, right? And it seems that they're very concerned that there's going to be criminal charges against this
The feds don't play.
stepbrother.
He's going to be arrested.
So wait, documents from custody case indicate Kepner's sibling is under investigation. So who's under investigation? Who?
The stepbrother.
Kepner's the sibling, sibling.
Yeah,
The
but
guy-
they can't.
one-
They,
The guy here in one of the pictures here,
yeah.
The
But you
older
know
guy?
why they? Yeah, but you know why they can't execute him? Because he's 16, and the Supreme Court ruled anybody under 18 cannot be executed.
Oh, all right, but so still go to jail.
Yeah.
For life.
Still, and he's going to be put in custody, but he's 16. There will be some sort of...
He'll be waived up.
So which one is he? He's where is he in here? Absolutely. Samuel Thomas Hudson. All right.
Up though. This is going to be
Oh,
real
guaranteed, but he's not going to... It's my opinion. Doesn't mean I'm right. But I think there's going to be a lot of maneuvering going on because he's 16.
You're absolutely right.
He
And
killed
the
her?
feds do not mess around with this, let alone when you bring in the international.
Is he a stepbrother?
Yeah, stepbrother.
And they say that the stepbrother killed her?
Thomas.
They like that. It's kind of on top. He killed her?
Yeah.
Or they're guessing that so far.
Did so far.
I wonder why he would kill her.
Because he probably was in love with her.
In love with her? The stepbrother?
Yeah.
Wow.
Impact on cruising as an industry is a political issue. You cannot
They're looking at him? All right, Neil, thank you.
have.
But this is a family affair.
No,
It
it
is not.
is,
This
but
is a
it's
family
not.
affair. It's nothing to do with the cruise.
With fear of
Thousands of
cruising
people, with
is
thousands of
a
people there.
billions of dollars flow through this, and that's why you're going to see the cruise industry react very curatedly in dealing with this in an upfront manner to not drive down participation by travelers. But we're also going to.
But it's not straight. I mean, the allegations right now from what's been made public through these court filings in this other case, this custody case, this has nothing to do with any other passenger. Nope. It has nothing to do with the crew. It's all within this very blended family.
It's still the impact on the industry as a whole. When those kids got killed in Central Park, it destroyed New York tourism. It carries over, and this is an industry that
Central
is
Park
still
wasn't
recovering.
It was strange. It was stranger on stranger. These are people that know each other.
Here we have to make absolutely sure who the defendant is, her cause of death. Once we do that, the cruise industry.
Well, mom is concerned that she's saying it's her 16-year-old
Cruise
son.
industry is going to highlight that it was a family relative and not another traveler. Because the last thing that industry needs is your 18-year-old daughter met somebody on a cruise that did
What does this trial look like with this family?
Listen, it's not going to trial. 98% of federal cases. 98% of federal cases.
Especially if it was the stepson. That case gets dealt with and it never sees.
So he just goes.
A lot of
there's no, what does he have to lose? What kind of? He's not going to get a deal.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will.
He's 16.
Thank
They're
you.
going to examine him psychologically, and he's going to have some problems.
And remember, the digital evidence on a cruise ship is all captured by that cruise ship.
And they have their phones.
They're going to have amazing evidence of everything that happened except maybe that image.
Except exactly what happened between these two, if in fact the stepbrother is accused of all this.
They'll know what happened. They will not necessarily know why.
Why? All right. Think Tank staying with us when we come back. Ashley Buzzard, her mom, Ashley Buzzard in court. Her daughter Melody still missing, but Ashley's dealing with another case. And we got to ask tonight, what's going on with mom? Your daughter's missing and you're threatening somebody with a box cutter? Plus, coming up next hour.
Tonight on Politan investigates a Boston police officer dead in the snow, a girlfriend accused of murder, and a community divided. Now Karen Reed is striking back with a civil lawsuit that could expose even more evidence. Will her claims finally reveal what happened the night John O'Keefe died? Tonight we investigate.
Tonight we investigate. All right, so I'm gonna. All right, they're done with this case with the girl in this video. I want to hop over to this video by Nancy Grace. That's 4 days ago. What's this one? All right, let me see. What? Oh. Oh, fuck. I'm showing the video and you guys don't see it. Motherfucker. All right.
What? She went under there and had a heart
Here it is. I'm back on.
attack or committed suicide and then covered herself up with a blanket? Breaking news tonight. A bombshell in the case of a little teen girl on a Carnival cruise. Her body, we now learn, is found stuffed up under a cabin bed with life vests stuffed on top of her to hide her dead body. And as we go to air, a shock suspect is eyed. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
What is trip is supposed to be a joyful escape, unaware of what is to come.
Stunning developments in the case of little Anna, the teen girl cheerleader out of Titusville, Florida, who goes on a Carnival cruise ship with her family. I'm curious. There have been different times of death reported from not only the ship, but then what we learned from the medical examiner is very different. Joining me an all-star panel, but straight out to Robert Crispin, private investigator, former Fed, not only with Homeland.
Are they federal cases when it happens on a when a murder happens on a ship? Is that considered a federal case? I think it is.
Yes. It becomes international waters.
Yeah, international, federal, yeah, whatever.
And depending on what flag it has, depending on what country laws.
Yeah. Wow.
Security, Department of Justice,
So
but
I want to go on a cruise ship. I had never been on a cruise ship.
So if it has American flag, they go by American law. This one had an American flag.
All right, thanks.
Also with the DEA, Robert Crispin is joining us on location at Port of Miami, where the cruise ships depart. Tell me how difficult it's going to be, Robert Crispin, to put this case, it's like Humpty Dumpty, All the king's horses and all the king's men could never put Humpty together again. Why is it so difficult to put a case together when A, you have the wrong time of death, and B, every passenger on that floating crime scene is gone?
Yeah, Nancy, forget about that. As soon as he came back here to the port of Miami, every single one of those passengers got off and they went to off corners of the world, out of the country, all around the U.S. The problem I have with all of this is it's purported that all these family members stayed in the same room. How is it, if you're with your father, that you go to sleep as a dad and you don't see your daughter and she's not in the room? That just doesn't sit right with me as an investigator starting to look into this. And then the next morning, it's 9 o'clock, everyone's eating buffet, and all of a sudden, where's Anna? Seriously? So as an investigator, the FBI is going to have an issue of trying to figure out who was with Anna, who was the last person with her, who went to her cabin with her, because it was already reported that she went back earlier in the night because she didn't feel good. That's a problem. And FBI has a big task on their hands unless they get a confession of somebody who comes forward, because they've got to start this from the time they put their first step on that ramp to get up into that ship to get to that crime scene. Because like we had this discussion before, it's a floating crime scene. If it is a homicide, which this is looking like it probably is, remember, all the evidence that could have been used in this, Nancy, could have been thrown over on the moving crime scene in 3,000 to 5,000 feet of
Yeah, suddenly I want to go, Jenny.
water. You're never finding it. You're never finding it.
Robert Crispin, let me see Crispin there at the Port of Miami. Crispin, you said it likely is a murder. Oh, okay. So you think she died of natural causes at age 18? What, she went under there and had a heart attack or committed suicide and then covered herself up with a blanket? Of course this is murder.
Absolutely not. She was found under the bed, wrapped in the blanket, covered by those life jackets.
Straight out to Spencer Ehrenfeld joining us, known as the cruise ship lawyer. He is representing the family of another woman who dies on a cruise ship, a mom. Spencer, let's follow up on what Robert Crispin just reported, that this whole family was staying in the same room. Whether the entire extended family was in the same room, I'm not sure about that, but I do know this little girl did not have a room to herself. So, do you know how small these rooms are? Even the big rooms on a cruise ship are incredibly small.
They're super tiny, Nancy. They're kind of like a Motel 6 size room for the most part. If it's a windowless balcony room without a balcony, they're as dark as a coffin in there. And I've had a lot of cases where people...
That's a pretty nice cruise ship.
I would never go on that.
No?
Because if it sinks like the Titanic...
Oh, my God. Give me a break.
You done. And I cannot swim.
Well, learn how to swim first. They got a lot of extra ships here. Look at the side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's probably another 8 on the other side. So everybody gets on one of those boats. They have on the side.
Not taking a chance.
That's a nice. They have nicer ships now. I've seen a nice one. I've seen some nice ones in New York. They park.
And then they got a helicopter right there.
So they have nice ones.
People have gotten into those rooms and other passengers are not aware of it, or people have left the room and other passengers don't realize it. They're very dark, soundproof rooms. It's not unusual, especially when you're sharing a room with a lot of people, to lose track of somebody.
Spencer Ehrenfeld, not to...
Why wouldn't you go on it, Sean B? He says I would never go on that either, Brian. Not even once. Why not?
Parse words, but you've heard of light switches, right? Are you trying to tell me that they went into their room in the complete dark of night, put on their PJs in the shroud of darkness, couldn't see a thing, managed to change clothes, brush their teeth, get ready for bed, but yet they didn't look over at her bunk, and then in the morning they got ready in complete and total darkness? That did not happen.
It sounds incredible, Nancy, but I've had cases where people have been found in other people's beds and that people think people are in the room and they're not in the room. Yeah, I think it's actually possible that these dark coffin-like cabins would prevent family members, especially when you're sharing a room with so many people, to keep track of everybody.
You know what, Spencer, do you have children? Are you lucky enough to have children?
I do.
Okay, so you take your child on a cruise, and when you go off to the buffet, you don't take your child with you, or at least look at your child? Is that what you're saying, because it's too dark in the room?
I'm saying I've seen this in many cases, Nancy. People have different time schedules, and they don't wait around for each other. They may have thought she was out. They may have thought she'd already left the room. I'm not defending them, but I'm sharing
You're
with you
not
my
answering my
experience.
question. Would you leave your cabin without securing your child on a cruise ship with thousands of people? That could be anything. They could have criminal
Nancy,
histories. They could be on drugs. They could be drunk. You're going to leave your child alone in the room? No. Why are you even saying this?
You're preaching to the choir. I'm hypersensitive and vigilant because I know the dangers that lurk on these cruise ships. I wouldn't leave my adult wife alone on a cruise ship, much less my children. But I'm telling you my experience, this happens all the time. I would never do it
Okay,
because
well, I'm
I
not
know.
buying it. I don't know what experience you're talking about, but I'm not buying that the family doesn't see she's not in her bed at night. They don't see she's not in her bed the next morning when they all go off to breakfast. And then a maid has to find her body with life vests stuffed down there to hide her. I am not buying it. This is what we think happened. Listen.
The Kepner family frantically searching for Anna, last seen feeling unwell at dinner the night before when a housekeeper makes a horrifying discovery. The maid starts to gather linens for laundry but notices the sheet missing off the bed. Making the bed, she notices
she's pretty too. Looks very pretty. The braces. Oh my God.
Is a pile of life jackets stuffed underneath. Removing the life jackets, she discovers the missing sheet wrapped around Anna's body.
To you, Robert Crispin, former homicide detective in Miami, former Department of Justice. It goes on and on now. CrispinInvestigations.com. Robert, so off.
Did you have Ray? Did you have a good time when you went on the ship, Royal Caribbean cruise?
We see the killer wrap the body up or somehow cover, especially the face of the victim. And
did you ever feel unsafe? Yes. Why did you feel unsafe, Ray?
In this case, the little girl was wrapped in sheets, possibly a blanket. Why? Have you seen that before?
Yeah, so it's common knowledge that a lot of perpetrators who commit a homicide, what's the first thing he wants to do right away? Conceal the body until such time that he can either dispose of the body in a certain location or transport the body to a different location, i.e., we don't know that she could have been thrown off of that ship and something interrupted that homicide.
I want to go to Dr. Thomas Coyne joining us, the Chief Medical Examiner, District 2 Medical Examiner's Office in the state of Florida. Never a lack of business. Dr. Coyne, thank you for being with us. We know the last time she was spotted on surveillance cameras, and that's going to be when she was having dinner, where she left dinner, said she felt ill, according to the family. I've got to find out, was that one family member? Was that multiple members that heard her say that? She should have been seen on surveillance going into that room. Starting there, it was a full 24 hours before her body was found. It was the next day. How much evidence have we lost because of the delay of her being on a cruise ship in the middle of the Caribbean?
Well, hopefully not too much. I mean, the process of decomposition wouldn't have progressed too much in that time frame, where we would still be able to determine a cause of death. We would still have enough ability to grab toxicology or fluids for toxicology testing. So all the evidence should still be present on the body and within the body. Same thing with trying to figure out her actual time of death, right? Because I'm assuming that 11:17 time is when her death was pronounced. We don't know exactly when during that night she died, but her degree of rigor mortis, meaning how stiff her body still is, her degree of livor mortis, meaning the blood settling in the body, whether it was fixed in place, whether she had a full stomach full of food that never left her stomach.
Hold
You
on.
have
Let me
clues
ask Coyne a
potentially-
question right there.
Yeah.
Dr. Coyne, I want to clear up something you said about rigor.
Rigor.
Rigor mortis, of course, is when the body
Rigor.
stiffens.
Hey, rigor.
But isn't it true after a period of hours, first of all, the person is killed. Then, after a period of time, you go into rigor. Then, after several hours, you come out of rigor and your body is again limp. What do you do if the body has already come out of rigor? Because when you're in rigor, it's a lot easier to tell, oh, this took 2-3 hours for rigor to set in. But once you're out of rigor, how do you determine the time of death? Based on the body alone. Forget about surveillance cameras. Forget about what the family says. What about the body itself? What can I determine on time of death?
Well, we can't actually give you an exact time, but we can give you a range. And so we know that if a normal person under normal circumstances, we would expect to come out of rigor between 8 to 12 hours. And so if a person is completely out of rigor, it would suggest that at least maybe perhaps 8 to 12 hours has passed from their time of death. Now, there are persons who go into rigor almost immediately after death. The process usually takes, we say, about an hour to 2 hours for you to start seeing full rigor throughout the body from head to toes. But generally a range of about 8 to 12 hours, we expect the body to be out of rigor. So if you see a body is completely out of rigor, it would suggest that that amount of time has passed since they died. And that's really the range we can give you. I mentioned before about food in her stomach. If she had left dinner having eaten and she still had food in her stomach, that would suggest that a small amount of time elapsed from when she left the dinner table to when she was killed. Because you figure gastric emptying time, the amount of time for our food to leave our stomach, there's a range of times, but we'd expect not longer than an hour to 2 hours for that to occur. So you have some evidence present on the body and within the body that may allow you to give a range of time from when she was killed.
Straight out to board-certified forensic psychologist, over 18 years experience, Allison Paganelli joining us. Allison, thank you for being with us. I've heard Spencer Ehrenfeld go on and on and on about how dark it is inside a cruise ship cabin. You do know they have lights. You just hit the switch and turn on the light. I find it very difficult to believe the family would come back in that night thinking the daughter had felt ill and come to her cabin and go to sleep without seeing her, and then get up the next morning and everybody gets ready and leaves for breakfast and doesn't notice she's not there. None of that makes any sense, Allison. I mean, we're parents. Who would leave their child behind?
As far as the light switch goes, if she went to the room because she didn't feel well, maybe the family used the flashlight app on their phone or something to not disturb her by turning on all the lights. And as far as the next morning, not spotting her in there, there's lots of possibilities. I would agree with the commentator who said earlier that they may have thought, she's 18, she's up at the fitness center, she's maybe taking a walk, something like that. We'll just meet her at breakfast, or who knows, maybe they had decided ahead of time, like, y'all can do, or she can do what she would like to do. She's 18, but everybody meets together for meals.
Good point, Allison. So they all go to breakfast and she's not there. She's not meeting for meals in your hypothetical fairy tale story that you're putting out there. Okay, I don't know what it is with Allison Paganelli and Spencer Ehrenfeld. Do you know where your children are tonight, Spencer? Do you know where they are right now?
I have a general sense of where my kids are. They're adults, and I think that perhaps on a cruise, people lower their guard, and they thought that this young lady was an adult, perhaps, and they didn't need to be constantly supervising her every move. That is not uncommon in my experience representing people of this age.
Sydney Sumner joining us, Crime Stories investigative reporter. So the maid goes in and discovers the body stuffed under the bed. Could you describe how the maid found the body? In what condition?
That's right, Nancy. The maid coming to clean the room, coming to remake the bed, is the one who notices this pile of life jackets and this sheet stuffed under the bed, and that's when she discovers Anna's body. Now, that's where things get unclear. So we know we have this time of death, 11:17 a.m. on November 7th. Witnesses say that the maid came in around 11. That's when security showed up at this cabin and guarded it for the rest of the cruise. So that's where there's this big discrepancy.
Anna's father, stepmother, and other family members join her for a 6-day Carnival cruise to the Western Caribbean. After their last day at port in Cozumel, Mexico, Anna heads back to her room early, telling family members she isn't feeling well during dinner. The next morning, Anna doesn't join her family for breakfast and isn't answering her door. Her family begins a frantic search for the teen on the 14-deck, 4,000-passenger ship.
At first, I was like, no, this can't be real. I broke down. Like, I looked through all.
How come they don't have their daughters and children like communicate more often? I mean,
That's her sister.
What?
That's her sister.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about why don't their family? The parents should have their kids communicate more often. I mean, what is going on? There's no communication, like, for half a day? Like, what's going on?
All of our pictures immediately. Like, I missed her so much. Like, I really cried.
From Fox 35. Holidays are just around the corner, and that means a lot of because you fluctuate with the market. Good luck. Now she's dead on a cruise ship. It's a floating crime scene.
Either not have all the CCTV or fail to preserve it. The security officers on cruise ships are really nothing more than glorified mall cops.
Sydney Sumner, what is happening?
Nancy, we've learned through the court documents related to this custody disagreement that the feds are eyeing Anna's stepbrother as a suspect in her death. So Anna's dad, Christopher Kepner, just married Chantel Hudson, who is divorced from Thomas Hudson. So Thomas and Chantel share 3 children, 2 of which are still minors. So the older of those 2 minor children, Anna's stepbrother, is alleged to have taken part in her death. Now, the father is trying to get custody of their 9-year-old daughter and is also trying to figure out what's going on with his son.
When you say they allegedly took part in her death, who?
This is Anna's 16-year-old stepbrother, Chantel Hudson's son. Yes.
To Spencer Ehrenfield, veteran trial lawyer, joining us, known as the cruise ship lawyer. I know that you have read these documents. All this we are learning as a result of an emergency motion for a continuance for a hearing. Explain what happened, Spencer.
My understanding of what's happening is that in the divorce proceeding, certain questions are being asked, and one of the parties is saying, look, we just lost her, and I'm in no position to go under oath and have to testify right now. Give me some time. Give me a continuance. Allow me to
Claudia Robinson, how you doing, Claudia?
grieve, and then I can appear in court to continue my divorce. But this is something that started long before this cruise.
Well, the divorce proceeding, yes. And this is a divorce. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sydney Sumner. I've studied the filings, as have you. This is a divorce between the stepmother, Chantel Hudson, and her former husband, Thomas Hudson. So it seems as if Chantel was going to be deposed or asked questions under oath. And she files this emergency motion for a continuance to delay those questions and cites as a reason in paragraph 2, quote, an extremely sensitive, severe circumstance has arisen wherein respondent's mother will not be able to testify. Currently, there's an investigation conducted by the FBI arising out of sudden death of 18-year-old Anna Kepner. Ms. Kepner, the deceased, is the daughter of respondent's paramour, and that would be the bio dad, Chris Kepner, and respondent and the minor children were all on the cruise ship together.
Were being killed.
So bottom line, they're saying they can't testify or it would put their child, which I assume to be the 16-year-old brother, in jeopardy.
The court documents are between Chantel Hudson and her ex-husband, Thomas Hudson. They share 3 children together. The oldest is 18 years old, not a minor anymore, but the 16-year-old...
She died from asphyxiation resulting from a bar hold? A bar hold? She died from asphyxiation. But who did that? The brother? Stepbrother?
Yeah, stepbrother.
And why would he do that?
And their 9-year-old daughter are a part of a custody agreement. And it appears this filing is related to Chantel not holding up her end of their co-parenting arrangement. So she is asking for more time to respond to these filings because anything she may say in court could harm that 16-year-old in this federal criminal proceeding against him.
I'd like to direct everyone's attention to paragraph 3 of this emergency motion for continuance. If we could put that up for the viewers. The respondent has been advised through discussions with FBI investigators and her lawyers, Chantel Hudson, the stepmother, a criminal case may be initiated against one of the minor children of this instant action.
Senior year at Temple Christian, Anna paints her parking spot to match her favorite movie, Clueless, and is ecstatic to be back on the field cheering for the Lions. Licensed to boat and scuba, she enjoys making TikToks with her friends and brother. Anna plans on joining the military. In fact, she's waiting on the results of her ASVAB testing to determine which jobs will suit her best.
Anna's grandparents gift her a spring cruise as an 18th birthday gift. Anna enjoys the experience so much, she books a 6-day trip with stops in Ocho Rios, Jamaica, the Grand Caymans, and Cozumel, Mexico.
Bombshell tonight. Crime Stories now streaming first on Fox subscription. To learn more and watch first on Fox 1. How did she die?
Who was she hanging out with on the ship?
What time did she die? Who was with her?
We're trying to piece together exactly what happened. Lindsay Allison, a passenger staying just down the hall from Anna's room, remembers crew responding to a medical call around 11 a.m. Friday morning.
Security never left. They guarded the room very well.
Though she doesn't know what happened, Allison can imagine the terror that ensues when your vacation turns into a floating prison.
You're out in the middle of the ocean. You can't go anywhere. You can't get on land. You can't flee.
From our friends at Fox 13, seemingly we're learning more from neighbors on the cruise ship than we are.
Step siblings don't always like each other, speaking from experience? Wow. Why don't you guys like each other? I don't understand.
From the family. You know, Dr. Thomas Coyne, a lot is going to depend on the condition of the body. In other words, what will the medical examiner be looking at on and in and around her body to determine her true cause of death?
Sure. Well, I'm assuming the body was brought in still wrapped in that blanket as evidence. And so it should have came into the medical examiner's office in a locked body bag to maintain chain of custody for that evidence. They would have started literally from working outside inward. So they would have obtained at that time any swabs that they could have for bodily fluids, whether it be saliva or other bodily fluids. They would have removed all of her clothing if present, but if not, they would have examined her from head to toe looking for injury. They would have examined her for
Dr. Coyne,
sexual assault.
This is not tea at Windsor Castle. Do you think you're sitting with Charles and Camilla? Are you talking about?
Well, sure, yeah. I mean, any bodily fluids, right? I mean, if a person had skin to skin contact, you're going to have cellular material. You're going to have potentially there was other bodily fluids if there was trauma, and the person causing the trauma themselves may have been hurt or bled upon that person. So bodily fluids is all encompassing. But yes, they would have done a examination. They would have looked inside her to see if there was any evidence of or other fluid. Then doing the external and internal examination, they would have looked for all kinds of injury. They would have looked for bruising. They would have looked for evidence of strangulation, hemorrhage in the muscles of the neck, fractures of the thyroid cartilage or hyoid bone, petechiae in the eyes, all signs that would allow them to determine if there was a fatal injury present.
Dr. Coyne, you mentioned the petechiae in the eyes, and I assume you bring that up, which is the bursting of the blood vessels in the eye. They are minute, typically not seen by the naked human eye. You'd have to put the eyeballs under a microscope to look. And what that bursting, that hemorrhage would mean very often, not always, but very often, is she was asphyxiated. The pressure from being asphyxiated makes the blood vessels in the eye burst. Sometimes it can be seen in a nasal cavity as well, but specifically in the eyes. Would that burst petechiae disappear after, say, 12 hours, 14 hours, 24 hours when the body gets to the ME's office, or would that still be there?
That would still be there. So all of the petechiae, if there was petechiae present in the eyes, they would still be there. They would also look within the mouth as well, because it's not uncommon to get petechiae in the mucosa of our lips, so underneath our lips, so those areas. And you may even see faint petechiae around the eyes and the skin of the face, depending upon how hard and how rapid the person was strangled.
All right, thank you, Jennifer, for answering.
How would you be able to tell the difference between a manual or ligature strangulation versus asphyxiation, such as being suffocated by a pillow?
Sure. Well, I mean, strangulation, you're going to have marks of strangulation. You're going to have bruises around the neck. If you use a ligature, you'll have a ligature mark around the neck. If a person used a pillow, they're going to have to press really hard, because a person who is being asphyxiated is generally not willing. So they're going to be fighting back. And so they'll probably have abrasions on the face. You may even see some lacerations inside the lips where the lips are pressed against the teeth. You may even see tearing of the frenula of the mouth, that little part that attaches our lip to our gum line. That tissue may be torn. And then, of course, if there is a perpetrator, you may also see injuries on that person, because my assumption is a person being strangled or asphyxiated is going to be fighting back, maybe scratching their attacker. So you may even actually look at that person and be checking their hands and their body for signs of injury.
Another issue, Dr. Thomas Coyne, this murder was obviously not well thought out. The manual strangulation versus a ligature, manual would be more spur of the moment, but if a ligature was used, we may very well find the ligature either still around her neck or right there with her body.
Correct. And then you can compare marks on her neck, because very often when you strangle a person with a ligature, you leave a patterned abrasion or other pattern injury on the neck that then you can compare to the potential object used to produce the strangulation.
For instance, if it's a rope, then you would see rope marks that can be compared to the actual rope. Spencer Ehrenfield joining us. He is the cruise ship lawyer and has handled a myriad of cruise-related accidents and deaths. Spencer, I want to talk about not just evidence from the body of this little girl, but digital forensic evidence. You have been on a million cruise ships investigating cases. It's like being in a Vegas casino, for Pete's sake, more than NASA. Every square inch is covered like you're walking through LaGuardia, for Pete's sake. Everything's covered with surveillance video, and the keys to the room are digital.
Where's the video?
They're a key card. Nobody's using the old skeleton key anymore, which is...
Where is the video of her walking with that guy, her stepbrother, into the room where he kills her, and then he leaves? There's got to be video, right?
They're not going to show us that.
But why aren't they talking about that video? Where is that video? We don't have to see it, but is there a video to that?
They probably have it.
Probably. Come on. Why don't they say that? How come they're not saying that they have that? Ridiculous, man.
Valuable evidence. Explain.
So they have like a black box that's connected to the doors of these cruise lines that will show you who entered, because each passenger has their own card, what time they entered, and what time the door shut. They will also be able to tell what time the door opened. And all you have to do, Nancy, is sync that with the high definition CCTV that they have of that hallway, and you'll be able to time precisely when she entered the cabin and when each and every other member of the family, as well as the cabin steward, who apparently found her, entered the cabin. How long did it take him once he was in the cabin to exit the cabin? All those things are very easily determined by CCTV, assuming Carnival still has it. And this is why I'm thrilled that the FBI boarded the ship so quickly, because it prevented Carnival from getting rid of that CCTV footage that they often do in many of the cases that I'm investigating and prosecuting right now.
Robert Crispin, speaking of the FBI, I am going to amen everything Spencer Ehrenfeld just said, because you know who is the security and the investigators on cruise ships. I do not want them investigating a highly technical murder where there could be molecular DNA, for Pete's sake. Explain.
Wait, but why wouldn't it be available, the video? I mean, why wouldn't they say, if they knew a crime happened that night and something happened that night, that video should have, all the videos should have been saved that were recorded on the past couple of nights they were there. I mean, there's got to be, the video has to be available. It can't be deleted or something like that. No way.
It's available.
It can't be. Well, how would they delete the video when you know a crime happened that day? You know, those videos should be available for a month on each door or each area. I mean, and then you can re-record over it. And if you get
because the FBI was there right away, so.
Yeah, they definitely have the video. They definitely have to have video of him and her together, going in the same room together. Somebody, if not him, some other dude. Then whatever. I don't know.
Who is the security and the criminal investigators on cruise ships?
Wow, Nancy, that is a wide range of unique individuals. And a lot of them are from England. A lot of them are from Germany, because these ships go all over the place. So they have their people here. But some of these people are just everyday random people who went out and got a security license and passed an internet test on the internet, got their license, and they're in charge of 3,500 people in international waters and don't have a clue how to lock down a crime scene, how to lock down people related to a crime scene, and how to lock down the entire ship if they have to.
That's crazy.
Because everybody on that ship, Nancy, when it got here, is...
That's a pretty cool view. I like that view. Let me see that.
Yep, if they have to.
That's a nice view right there. Wow. I think that's Florida, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty. Damn.
Because everybody on that ship, Nancy, when it got here, is a suspect in my eyes as an investigator. Get off the ship, exit expeditiously? I don't think so.
Exactly.
So I could have a bouncer from a bar in one of the islands as the security or the investigator
Sure.
on the cruise ship. It's entirely possible,
Absolutely.
is it not?
What?
Yes.
Yeah, as long as you have a security license.
You mentioned
It's sadly
3,000
enough.
witnesses. Try nearly 6,000 potential witnesses. Listen.
The 14-deck Carnival Horizon sails to the Caribbean from Galveston and Miami with space for nearly 4,000 passengers in addition to a 1,500-person crew. The ship features 3 pools with water slides, a ropes course and sky bike, a basketball court and jogging track, 9 holes of mini golf, adult and children's clubs, a casino, an arcade, an IMAX movie theater, a spa, 3 auditoriums, and more bars and restaurants than you could visit during 4 to 8 day cruises.
Let me remind everyone, no one has been named an official suspect in this case. No one has been named a POI, person of interest. What we are learning tonight is from court filings and comments made by the family. That's where we are learning our information tonight. If you know or think you know anything about the death of this teen girl, Anna,
That's it?
dead on a Carnival cruise, call 754-703-2000. 754-703-2000. We remember an American hero, Sergeant Jeffrey Green, Union County Sheriff's North Carolina,
believe it.
killed in the line of duty after 10 years serving and protecting, leaving behind wife, now widow,
2014.
April. American hero Sergeant Jeffrey Green. Thank you to our guests, but especially to you for being with us tonight.
What?
No, he died in 2014.
Yeah, I know. I saw. I could read. You don't think I could read?
Yes.
I don't know, man. It's crazy. I don't know. All these cases, man. A lot of cases. A lot of cases. Ashley Banfield did a video about this too. Wow.
Oh yeah, I forgot she has her own show.
Yeah. Former CEO arrested for grand theft. She's a thief. Why would she do that? She's a con. She's a crook. That's that dude from Florida. A funny dude.
Yeah.
What is? I'm gonna probably go to bed, but I just wanted to see what else is here. She's a con. She's a crook. I kind of want to see this video. Hold on a second.
Listen in.
Ex-executive director Jennifer Garula Mers, M-E-R-S, Mers. Here's what's important to understand. This all started in about 2021, 2022, when a realtor by the name of R.J. Webb was elected the president of the association. And he began to notice things that were inappropriate. So as president of the association, at the board meetings, he challenged the executive director to see documents, to see financials, to see information. The executive director absolutely refused to show the president of the association the appropriate documents. Not only that, the board of directors backed up the executive director, Jennifer Mers, as opposed to their own president, R.J. Webb. They said he was just trying to cause trouble. It was abundantly evident that there was a problem. So this internal strife went on for a period of time, and R.J., who can provide more details for those in the association, finally personally brought lawsuit in order to stop this conduct and to stop what he believed to be the theft of funds.
Good.
This is Epcar's photograph of Jennifer Garula Mers. She ultimately, during the process of the lawsuit, which, by the way, they lost, was terminated from her job in August of 24. So this went on about 2 years before she was terminated. But we were also called in to do an investigation on September 16th of 24. There was more to it. So before we got into it to do this, we got into it to investigate David Stachwick. He's 55 from Wekiwachi. Now let me tell you about him. After RJ filed the lawsuit, and now this is still all civil, RJ and his father, who is a realtor, Webb's Real Estate, got a call from an Anthony. Hey, I'm Anthony from Chicago.
Hey.
Things are not going to end well if the lawsuit doesn't stop. You know, it needs to drop the lawsuit or it won't end well. So at that time, John and RJ, who, by the way, recorded the conversation, said, are you threatening us? Are you threatening us? Hey, I've run the streets of Chicago. I can just tell you, this may not end well.
Hey.
This may not end well. So at that time, John and RJ, who, by the way, recorded the conversation, said, are you threatening us? Are you threatening us? Hey, I've run the streets of Chicago. I can just tell you, this may not end well. So at that time, John and RJ, who, by the way, recorded the conversation, said, are you threatening us? Are you threatening us? Hey, I've run the streets of Chicago. I can just tell you, this may not end well.
So that was the end of the phone call. Our detectives, which are the total, absolute best, took that anonymous phone call allegedly from Anthony, threatening RJ and John Webb if they didn't drop their lawsuit, and did an investigation. Our detectives are so good that they found the phone. They found where the phone was sold in Orlando. They found that the phone in Orlando...
Yo, Jim Collington, what's up, bro?
...was sold to a Michael Smith. Michael Smith bought the phone for David. David had been hired by Jennifer to do some paving. So as a result of being able to put the investigation together, and there was a lot of investigation, we charged David with extortion, a felony 2, tampering with evidence, a felony 3, and use of a two-way communication, a felony 3. Those charges are pending for threatening the Webbs because of the remarkable work. The lawsuit goes on. Now we're involved in the investigation. Along the way, in July of 24, while our detectives are doing that investigation, we arrest Jennifer for the first time for resisting arrest. Now, this is Epcar's picture of Jennifer, and this is what you look like after you've been investigated by the sheriff's office for a couple of years. So our detectives that work the fraud unit begin their investigation, and they determine in a criminal investigation what was also determined in a civil investigation, that there was more debauchery afoot. In fact, she was double paying herself. She was cutting checks direct, and she was doing direct deposit. We found where there were bonus payments to her. We found where there was credit card abuse. Now think about this for a second. While she's employed, she's using the credit card to buy personal grooming supplies, beauty products. This is why she's working, stealing their money. This is what she looks like after she can't buy any more grooming supplies and beauty products, and she's under investigation. So the investigation goes on. Our detectives working with the state attorney's office were able to obtain warrants for her arrest. She lived in Hernando County, where she was taken into custody on grand theft charges of more than $20,000, which is like an F2, as well as many other criminal charges. Here's what's interesting to understand. And I say this, East Polk County Association of Realtors Board of Directors at the time circled the wagon in her favor, as opposed to listening to RJ Webb and looking at the obvious information. When you have an executive director that looks the board of directors in the eyes, looks the president in the eyes, and she works for them and refuses to produce documents, in our world, we call that a clue. But they still supported her and forced RJ and his father to go out on their own to sue in order to try to save Epcar. The sad circumstances is Epcar is really on the ropes right now. They're all but broke. In fact, they're in the process of maybe merging with another association so that they can continue on. East Polk County Association of Realtors has been in place for decades and decades and decades. There was no checks and balances by the board of directors. They took her job and her side, they took her side
while she's doing her job. She very rarely came to the office. She was hired during the COVID years. There was no follow-ups. The bookkeeper just did what the executive director said. The executive director hired her own staff, so there was no one to say, whoa, there's a problem here. When the new, and I understand why they didn't, because when the new president comes in and says there's a problem here, the executive board of directors ignores him, chastises him, suggests he not only leave the presidency, but leave the association. But who was right here? Who tried to save the association here? And in the process, David, AKA Anthony, threatened them if they didn't drop the lawsuit. This is a made-for-television movie. It didn't have to be that way. Any association, whether you're Little League, T-ball, any volunteer association has to have independent checks and balances. And EPCAR didn't have those in place, as they should have, and then ignored the person who tried to bring to their attention, we're being ripped off by our own executive director. The good news is most of that board has termed off, and the new interim CEO came to us and reported this criminal allegation that our fraud unit followed up on and ultimately caused Jennifer to get arrested today. Jennifer is currently in the Hernando County Jail under no bond.
Got her.
And cases are proceeding against her, as well as her, what we believe to be co-conspirator, to try to stop the lawsuit and the action. Are there any questions?
When will she be, or him as well, I suppose, when will they be brought here to?
David has already bonded out of jail because he was arrested some time ago. His charges are pending. If she does not post bond, she'll go to first appearance today. The judge can leave it at no bond and send her back to Polk County. He can allow her to post a bond and then report back to Polk County to stand trial. So we don't know whether she stays in jail under no bond, whether she's given a bond. If she can't make the bond, then she'll be extradited back to Polk County, where she'll sit in our jail. She needs to sit in jail. She's a thief. She's a con. She's a crook. Let me say that again for that board of directors that had their head up their butt and didn't do what was right. She's a crook. She's a thief. She's a con. And you allowed her to do it when you should have been looking out for the East Polk County Association of Board of Realtors, and you didn't. But thank goodness there are those people that are ethical and moral and won't give up. It would have been real easy for RJ Webb and John Webb of Webb's Realty just to have walked away from it. But they wouldn't walk away from doing what was right. Okay, any other questions? Thank you all very much.
Wow.
Sheriff Grady Judd breaking down that case and arrest of two suspects in that grand theft investigation.
Interesting. Very interesting.
It is.
Anyway, guys, I'm going to bed.
What time are you starting tonight?
By midnight, maybe. You know?
All right, have a good night.
Is that too late for you?
No.
No? Midnight to 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Or
That's
5 o'clock in the
6
morning now. Yeah, or maybe 5 o'clock. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see, bro. And get some
All right.
sleep. You sleepy?
Yep.
All right, bro. Have a good night.
You too. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Guys, I'm going to bed. Everybody in the chat, we're going to bed. It's getting late.
Yep.
Getting late, bro.
Have a good night. See you later.
Yo, man. I'll see you later, bro. Jenny, I'm going to bed. We appreciate you. Thanks for Brian for co-hosting. Yeah, he's my co-host. No one else showed up. Just Sean. I mean, just Brian. But everybody, good night, everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Thank you for hanging out. I'm eating popcorn. Popcorn. I'm gonna finish my beer. Samuel Adams, Winter Lager. Run that shit, guys. You already know. Let's go. Where am I thinking of? Bye. I love you all. I love you all.
Tus cachetotes, Vali. Ay, mira qué chulada.
Yeah, smart food. Real smart food, Jenny. Bye, Ray Ray.
So, Brian?
Let me have you, Brian!
What did you do?
What did you do?
You're living
it every night,
boy?
aren't you, boy?
Turn yourself
in,
Brian.
Brian.
Once in
Once
your
in a life,
be a man.
Be a man. Bitch. You like him yawning, Dylan? Whoa!
I can remember it. She was just watching. I can remember it. Not she was just watching. Remember it? No, she wasn't doing that. I was just saying she was talking about that.
Got it.
But she was watching pop.
All right, guys. Good night. Oh, what's that? Wait. What in God's tarnation is going on here? Hold on a second. Where's my video? Where's my thing at? Where's my thing at? There you go.
She was young.
Good night,
she
everyone.
was beautiful. She was chasing her dreams.
Oops, sorry. Bye.
She was excited. She was hopeful. She was in love. She wanted a partner. She wanted support. She wanted to be cherished. She trusted him. She was anxious. She was overwhelmed. She took responsibility. She was scared. She was manipulated. She was abused. She didn't deserve this ending. She didn't deserve the abuse. I will say her name. I will share her story. I will spread awareness. And I will use my voice because hers was silenced. Her life was stolen, but her legacy will live.
Yelling at the sky. Screaming at the world. Baby, why'd you go away? I'm still your girl. Holding on too tight. again? How do I trust? How do I trust again? I stay up all night, tell myself I'm alright. Baby, you're just harder to see than most. I put the record on, wait till I hear our song. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Never got the chance to say your last goodbye. I gotta move on, but it hurts to try. How do I love again? How do I trust? How do I trust again? I stay up all night, tell myself I'm alright. Baby, you're just harder to see than most. I put the record on, wait till I hear our song. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. How do I love again? How do I trust again? I stay up all night, tell myself I'm alright. Baby, you're just harder to see than most. I put the record on, wait till I hear our song. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Her blonde hair fell around her like a halo. She was an upstate New York angel without wings. Her smile shone brighter than a morning sunrise. Her laughter put the songbird's voice to shame. When you see a butterfly over a weeping willow tree, over a rainbow or a wildflower on a grassy mountain peak, she's home with Mother Nature, yes she is. In the heaven on this earth, that's where she lives. That's where she lives, that's where she lives. That's where she lives. That's where she lives.
God, for me. It's how nice you are for me. Oh my gosh, it's how much you make me glad. It's how hard you always laugh for me. Okay, go. It's, you're really good.